had some infidelities. The real estate inside my head you took is never coming back, but you said that it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked out those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. I think that I'm over it, but then I see you out again, laughing with a group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic, so I drink till I can't stand. And you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me, not the petals hit the floor.
Beautiful Saturday morning, just a little bit of breeze here on the beautiful foredeck on the Palm Beach Motor Yacht. What a place to start your weekend. Penultimate day of racing here at the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series Sailing Week. We had one decent race yesterday and great race for the Gladiator team. But meantime, forecast does look pretty good for today, when we should see the sea breeze come in. We should hopefully get a couple of races in. We caught up with Ed Reynolds, who's the president and the team manager for the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Ed has been with the TP52 since the very, very beginning and has a great perspective on life on the circuit. So Ed, I mean, we've got a record, or close to a record, 13 boats here, 9 different nations. Is the level as high as it has ever been?
Oh, I think it's easily as high as it's ever been. You know, every one of these boats are filled with pros, committed owners, the best, the most current equipment. I mean, it's amazing out on the race course. There's no room. And all of the tactics, all the crew handling, the boat handling is so tight, and the tiniest little mistake you pay dearly. I mean, we've sailed really strong regattas this year, and just with a younger crew, with a kind of equipment-specific tactics, with fleets this big and everybody's so good, we've made minor mistakes that might have cost us 2 points 5 years ago, and now they cost us 10. So, you know, if you make a mistake, you pay dearly in this fleet.
But at the same time, it's accessible.
Oh, it's
more accessible than ever, I would say.
Well, you know, I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen a more defined boat than the 52s. And the accessibility is that the teams have developed the boat so well that if you come into a new boat, you're 80% of the way there of what you need to do to be competitive with a boat.
As we're seeing with Criolla, for example.
Amazing how quick they are, and they're sailing really well. And so, you know, I wouldn't be afraid that, wow, I can't get there and compete, because there's enough IP on these boats, more so than any other boat I've ever seen, that you can come in and get up to speed pretty quickly.
Meantime, you got to get enough ice cream?
Yeah, you know, I haven't had any ice cream here yet, but I'm going to find something now. It's been pretty warm.
So the thoughts of El Presidente, Ed Reynolds. Moving now to the Uber coach, James Line. A little bit up and down for the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic team.
Yeah, you know, we're learning how to race, and we have some good ones and we have a few bad ones. So our game is to smooth out the bad ones into counters and keep on with the good ones.
Do you feel that's evolved in this regatta so far?
Yeah, we've been working really hard on it. You know, we had the 12 the other day, which was a little self-inflicted with the penalty. So, you know, we aren't there yet, but working hard on it.
And how's the boat? The boat's fast enough, is it?
Yeah, boat's going well.
And what are the next gains, and what are you pushing the team for next?
Consistency. That's what, you know, consistency and after-guard communication. That's what we're really working really hard on, because to win the overall season, you need to be consistent in every single race.
From that perspective, with Gladiator at the top, as it were, is that pulling the teams up?
Well, it's great, you know, the fact that we've got Gladiator and Value, both regatta winners, and you got Gladiator leading the season, and we're doing all right. It's a good, healthy debrief, and so I think we're making some good progress with the 3 teams together.
It puts a little bit of pressure on the Quantum team, perhaps, is it?
I think it's great, you know. It's a good competition, you know. You see your you know, the fact that we're a joint group working together and getting the same information. So you see one team winning, I'm sure the other team wants to win as well.
Now, without doing a massive advert for Quantum, but is there capacity to bring in other teams and operate at the same level for some of the teams coming in? I mean, it does seem to work.
Yeah, I think it's you know, if I was a new owner in the 52, you'd definitely be looking at joining the Quantum program to get you on the pace and get you at the front of the fleet.
What's the key evolutions then, as you see it, for the Gladiator team and the Value team this year?
Gladiator's fast in all conditions.
It's different to what they've got that you've got.
Nothing really, you know, but we're all learning. They've got a new boat, so they've been learning that new hull. Obviously, it helps that we're in the same hull, so we got, you know, we're apples to apples almost the whole time. So comparisons are really easy, and you can make those adjustments.
Now, as a coach, you enjoy the increased challenge this season?
Well, probably the end of the season. I'll say, yeah, that was enjoyable. But when you're in it, it's, you know,
It's still type 2 enjoyment, is it?
yeah, it's fun. You know, the fact is I get to work with a lot of the best sailors in the world, and we're trying to make progress. And at the moment, it's fun.
What about this venue then? We know it pretty well. Is it any different to previous years?
It's always different here, you know. It's like just when you think it's going to be normal Palma, you know, you got a convergent cloud line, and instead of being the normal left twist, it goes 40 degrees to the right. So, you know, it's heads up yachting here.
What's it like being here this week with the America's Cup on in Barcelona?
It's great to see our American Magic winning a race yesterday. It's sort of a little hard sometimes to focus on the 52 and the America's Cup at the same time. You know, you guys have got to get the start times a little offset.
You're speaking to Maria about that one, are you?
Yeah. And there's a rugby match today, so there's some important sporting occasions to fit the Super Series around.
What about the overall level of the circuit then? I mean, you've been with this for years and years. The level's as high as ever.
Yeah, the level, you know, I think what's happened is that the level of the whole fleet has come up, and so now any boat can win racing, and if you put a good regatta together, you can win it overall. And so we've seen that a little bit this year. We've had Vayu as a winner, Gladiator as a winner, you know, so anybody can do well.
Good. What's the weather going to do today then?
I wish I knew.
I'm sure you do. Come on, give us an insight. What's it, just in general trend?
Yeah, same pattern as the previous days. We're going to have more left-shifted breeze on the inshore side of us, and maybe a stronger breeze offshore. And then we got the thermal right there in the middle of those two breezes, with a huge 70-degree left bend. So one of those three scenarios is going to dominate, and so Maria's going to put us in a different spot in the bay, so it's going to relearn.
So project manager for the World Championship winning Gladiator on top of the table just now is Fergal Finlay, and we caught up with the fearless Fergal earlier on today. So Fergal, talk to us about this season with the Gladiator team. It's been unprecedented with you guys.
Yeah, it's been a really great season for us since training in Palma. We obviously got a new boat over the winter, the 2018 built Alegre, which has different characteristics to the last Gladiator, and we kind of hit the ground running with it. And got a couple of, well, we won our first race of the season, the first race of the season in Palma Vela. Went to Newport, got a strong second there, and then obviously went and won the World Championships in Newport as well. Come here and Portals, and yeah, still going strong. So yeah, it's been a really great season. Best.
We're interested to know what it's like from your perspective, because it's been so intense all the way through. I mean, compare it to years gone by.
I think since the start of Gladiator in 2011, we've got stronger and stronger every year, and yeah, we've had some tough moments in the past, but we've just kept on digging away. And you know, Tony's commitment to the team, and you know, pushing us. We obviously stick to a process now. We're very process driven, and yeah, we're gaining from it.
From your perspective, though, managing the project, how's it evolved?
I mean, I'm just kind of in the background, pulling strings and making sure things line up together. But it's a huge team effort for, you know, everyone working, helping me out, doing my job. You know, the guys in the sales department looking after that side, the shore team looking after the boat, and you know, Tony making sure that, you know, we've got everything we kind of need to have a successful campaign. Makes my job actually really easy, with all the, you know, there's 25 people across the board in our team, and just getting all the information from them, putting it all together, and yeah, culminating in a great regatta experience.
Have you had any time off?
Yeah, next year. Yeah, I get plenty of time off. You know, well, not plenty of time off, but try and take a Sunday off every now and again.
And what's the routine been like then through the season in terms of evolving the boat?
Well, we started with someone else's boat that we had to learn to use, and it was very different from ours. We didn't want to change everything straight away, but then there were, personal things that we wanted to change here and there. And regatta by regatta, we changed things. Obviously, the boat was built as a North Sails boat, and we're a Quantum Sails boat, so we had to, develop things with the mast and the rake and the team who are with us, Chris and Stir Fry and Andy and Joey, all got together and made that work. Just developing small things, but not trying to make huge changes like some of the other boats in the fleet are, and just trying to work on how we do it and stick to our process.
From your perspective, what's the value in the new boats?
The 2024 boats. I mean, building new boats, kind of makes everyone else think about it and creates a longevity in the class eventually, which is great. We've got the new Preveza here. I don't think we've seen its true potential yet. We've seen flashes of it being really, really fast. Obviously, Platoon here this week have really found their form. They've done a couple of changes to their keel, Allegre too. But it takes a while to find your feet in a new boat like that and develop it. I think it'll push people. People will see the gain in building a new boat, and we'll maybe see some more next year, or hopefully see some more next year.
You think we will?
Yeah, I think.
What about the level of the circuit is at compared to previous years?
I mean, I've been in the circuit since its inception, and we've had amazing teams come through. Quantum, Azura, RAN throughout the years, to mention previous world champions and season champions. I think it's the closest it's ever been. I think we've got 13 boats all arriving to the top mark within 20 seconds of each other. I don't think it's ever been closer. I think the level's really high, but there's a lot more. I think looking through the fleet, there's a lot more youth involved, or certainly the age is getting lower. You see a strong youth-driven team on Quantum. Some of the young guys in Criolla, the Brazilian boat who's here now. Teasing Machine have some young guys on board. I think that's really great to see younger people coming through. But yeah, the level's high, really high.
And I mean, obviously you're carrying the flag for the young project managers. It's great to see.
I mean, like I say, I get a lot of help from a lot of experienced guys around me, and I just try and learn from them. And it's I'm one of the luckiest guys around to be in this position that I'm in, and make decisions and work with Tony. It's a lot of fun.
Well, there's this beautiful setup ashore here in Puerto Portals. It's no surprise that we bring in many VIP guests, and the marina themselves run a big guest programme. So before we go racing, let's look back at the action in that one race yesterday. Another hot sunny morning here in Mallorca at the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series Sailing Week, reaching day number 3, Platoon on top. Last night, a bit of a party here. One of the great things about Puerto Portals, it's such a lifestyle destination. All the sailors love coming here. So let's go on the water. Let's see whose powers of recovery after the party are the best. So race number 5, the midpoint of the regatta. The breeze is 13-14 knots on the start line. The wind axis is 180 degrees. Gladiator start once again in the left of the group, off the pin end of the line, and they take the advantage when they cross the fleet about halfway up the beat. Top mark, Gladiator lead. Second round, Platoon. Third round, Quantum Racing. Some penalties at the back of the fleet. Busy mark grounding. But at the leeward gate, will Gladiator extending, Quantum Racing come round the left mark. Platoon go to the right mark and seem to lose a little bit. Through the finish line, it's a win for Gladiator. Second, Quantum Racing. Third, Platoon.
2 days of racing, everything can happen. You know, here you do 10 points in few arrows, it goes to 2 arrows and you go 10 points. So everything can happen.
Yeah, so we just had the one race today, finished second, and most of it was just working to the left-hand side of the race course. It was dominant all day. So yeah, simple. It was ended up maybe two, 3 tacks the whole race.
So and then just the one race today, Gladiator winning standings then after today's race. Platoon leading on 11 points. Second is Gladiator on 20, and third Quantum Racing Power American Magic on 27 points. So that's it for day 3 here at the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series Sailing Week. Gladiator pulling back, keeping the pressure on Platoon at the top of the table. Join us again. Well, that was looking back at day 3. This is very much day 4 and just 2 days of racing to go to decide the winner of the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series Sailing Week. In the box seat just now, Germany's Platoon Aviation with no score worse than 4th and 2 wins in their tally so far. Gladiator, the world champions, keeping the pressure on with that one and only race victory yesterday from the only race we sailed. Joining Luis Avanza on the water. Luis, conditions looking pretty good. I think we have 11 to 14 knots. Couldn't be better.
Andy, absolutely. So far we have great wind out here. So the breeze is slowly picking up. It just entered 20 minutes ago. The boats are getting ready. And I think we might get a little bit of a repetition of yesterday, maybe. So I catched up before sailing with Leo Takahashi, the helm of Alpha Plus. And we had a little chat about what he thinks of the wind. And he wasn't so confident that this wind will stay the whole day. And let's see what will happen. So in theory, the forecasts say that we have a stronger eastern gradient than yesterday even, and we have the sea breeze from the southwest fighting against that strong gradient wind. And this is also so far what the clouds show me. So I see a big cloud band more far outside of the bay at the east, so there where the gradient is coming from. But then I also see this little cute cumulus clouds over the land slowly developing that are speaking for a sea breeze. So I think, Andy, we can have good sailing conditions so far, probably for the first race, probably for the second race, and then from 3 p.m. on, when we have reached the hottest temperature of the day here in Palma de Mallorca. It's already very hot, to be honest, so it's going to be even hotter in 2 hours. Let's see what will then happen. In theory, we can get up to 18 knots. I'm very excited to see these boats racing in 18 knots. That's full on for the TP52s out here. And if I would be a sailor, it's always quite nice here in Palma de Mallorca because you have the airport so close, so you can always see in what direction the airplanes are landing and taking off. That's usually a good indicator to understand bigger wind changes, Andy. So the boats are getting ready. We have a delay, I think, here of 5 minutes. There were some last jib changes happening as the wind clicked up. More and more breeze coming. And we are a little bit closer to Puerto Portals Marina. Usually the other days we sailed more at the left side, so more towards the east of the bay, where we had a big influence of the shore there. Now we are more far away from that shore. I wonder if it still has the same influence or if it will be more shift driven. Hard to say at the moment, but I think this is one of the biggest challenges now for the boats to understand if the left side will work again as strong as we've also heard in the interview before from Nevin, the strategist of quantum racing, where he just said yesterday was all about going to the left side, or if it will be now more the shifts that play an important role here. And also I think for the newer teams, it will be always about adapting to the new sailing, the wind conditions, and the breeze in general will click up, and they always need to find a new gear to trim the sails accordingly to the wind, Andy.
Indeed, indeed. I'm going to put you on the spot, Louise. You're tactician on the platoon today. What will be your strategy? You've got a 9-point lead. How do you manage the risk? Your Vasco Vascotto for the day.
I think this is a great question. This is a great question. Vasco Vascotto is, I think, one of the most experienced tacticians out here. He's doing a phenomenal job now, leading with 9 points. And it's a tough choice. I think we're in the middle of the event. So today, 3 races on the schedule, so you can get 3 points, or worst case 39 points, so 3 times 13th. Exactly, 3 times the 13th place. Yeah, so a lot of points, or not so many points. And I think they're fast, and it's always nice to be a fast boat. So I would probably manage the fleet, and the fleet has a big role here. We have 13 boats, that's incredible. And there's not a lot of space on this shorter race course. I spoke with Criolla this morning, the new Brazilian team, and they said that this is one of the biggest challenges for them, to find place on these short up and downwind legs. And it's more like a kind of street fight, because everyone of these boats is good, so they all know where to go and they all want to go there, but it's full. It's like on a highway when there's no space and there's a lot of traffic. So I think if Platoon Aviation manage to get good starts today, so be on the line in space at the favorite side, go with the shifts and manage the fleet, they will be on top. But this is easier said than actually executed, Andy.
Indeed, also likewise the Gladiators seem generally, Louise, generally Gladiators seem happy, I suppose because they feel they've got speed. Besides everything else, they seem happy to push the risk factor just a little bit more. We've seen them more often starting at either end of the line, either from the committee boat, but more usually off the pin end of the line. So that's going to be interesting to watch. In the meantime, you would say that in general, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, tend to sail low risk and really concentrate on getting good starts more towards the middle of the line. But it's going to be an interesting race, isn't it? Because we're more, as you said, in the middle of the bay and less influenced by the Cabo Blanco, the big cape out on the left side, and the easterly gradient out to sea. So we're setting up for this start of race number 6. The wind axis is 170, I think, and it's a 1.8 nautical miles beat, I think. But certainly, it's looking like this could be one of the key races in the circuit. Sorry, in the regatta at this stage. Whether Platoon can keep pushing on, whether Gladiator can pull back, and Quantum Racing had a little bit of momentum after that 12th in race 4 with a good second, so they have everything to prove. So Louise, how are things shaping up?
Andy, I already see a great fight here for the pin end between Gladiator, Alpha Plus and the French boat Paprick. These 3 boats are circling here more at the left side at the pin end. It looks like they all want to start at this strong position where you can sail your own mode first and where you go to the left side. And when I spoke this morning with Gladiator and I asked them, well, how does it feel now to race as a world champion? Did anything change for you? And they were all clear, yes, something changed. They're even more confident. They now fully believe in their team, in their boat, in their speed, in their skills. So if they want to start somewhere, they're going for it and they're sure that they can do it. And now we actually see them fighting really hard here for the pin end, and Paprick is still going for it. They're now very close to the pin end lay line. Still some things need to happen that they can actually make that pin end. So nice match race here between these 2 boats who both want to start at the pin end, Andy.
That's right, Gladiator have the small advantage, just taking a little hitch up to weather. Paprick keeping going, just pushing them just a little bit. And in the end, Gladiator reasonably close up to Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Quantum have Provezza just above them. Alpha Plus just squeezed momentarily, luffed by Gladiator. In the end, Alpha Plus a little bit low speed perhaps, but a good start off the pin end of the line. All clear, says race officer Maria Torrijo, and a really good start from Paprick on the pin end of the line. Stefan Neve, the project manager and the main sheet swimmer, was telling me the other day they really focused on getting good starts, and that is as good as they come, certainly in terms of coming off the pin end of the line. Good start also, I think, by Interlude, Louise, 3 boats up.
Yeah, I really like the start, but I also thought what a brave start here by Patrick. Usually when Gladiator is in a position, they like to start extreme, so or at the pennant or at the race committee, the other boats are staying out of that trouble, but Patrick went for it and started at the pennant. Great job here by the French team, pushing it and taking that risk. And they now have the bow a little bit forward. They can sail their own mode, they can sail fast. Gladiator is also going pretty well here, and I'm just leeward of Patrick looking at them. In amazing sailing conditions for these boats at the moment, Andy. They're fully hiking. Some other sailors are already sitting at the back. They try to manage the trim of the boat with that, so when they put the sailors more forward, the bow of the boat goes more down, but here we have a little bit of wave, so they don't want to put the bow too much down. And yeah, these boats are looking full powered up. I already see some boat that tacked out, Andy. I wonder if they couldn't hold their lane or if the shift actually is better to tack here. I can't really see this from my position yet, but that's nice. So we'll have a good split here of the fleet, boats on the left and boats on the right. I wonder what side will arrive first at the upwind mark, Andy.
Indeed, just watching Platoon, Sled, Teasing Machine, and to a lesser degree Phoenix going out to the right. Patrick holding firm on this left, certainly the best advantage on that left side. Sled going well, they are leading that right hand group going out on port. Just seeing Allegra, again not such a good start from them. So much about starting, Louise, is about confidence and being able to impose yourself, hold your position on the line. And it seems like Allegra is just lacking that edge at the moment in this bigger fleet.
Yeah, absolutely, Andy. I think you just said it. It's about confidence. It's about believing that you can start here. And there are so many superstars here in that fleet. But you have to fully believe in yourself that you can start next to superstars like that. And even if you're a superstar yourself, it's just very, very tricky to nail that start, and there's a lot of things involved, especially in such a big fleet, because if you have a bad start and you try to tack to clear your lane, so to get fresh wind again, there's just not so much space, and also you have to duck a lot of boats and they might tack on you. Again, we can see it now very nicely that Alpha Plus just tacked and Quantum Racing under-tacked them very close, so now Alpha Plus needs to hold their lane. And when I spoke this morning with Leo Takashi, the helm of Alpha Plus, he said they feel quite confident in their speed. They have a new main trimmer, but they feel that this is working well, and they really wanted to work on their positioning today to move forward in the overall result. And at the moment it looks great, but I hope that they can hold their lane there, Andy.
Indeed, a pretty solid start all in all from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Kind of a little bit in the middle of the fleet, Jen, but as we said, just minimising the risk, trying not to end up on either side of the course straight away, and rely a little bit on their pace and positioning to hold their lane where they are just now. But Patrick and Gladiator both tacked onto port. Sled are evaluated as our early leaders. All the time we're looking at the difference in terms of places between Platoon Aviation and Gladiator at the moment. We're seeing Platoon on the right in third place, Gladiator judged to be ninth. But there's a long way to go up this beat. On board then with Platoon Aviation, Masco not happy about something. I think he's being held a little bit, feels they're being held by Value, just lured off them. Clearly not getting and holding the lane that they want. But nonetheless, in fourth just now, Value, as we said, bow forward in second. So Louise, at the moment, looks like the right is strong, as we have seen a few times before racing on this particular race area, as you said, more towards the middle of the bay or more towards Puerto Portales.
absolutely, Andy. And for me, there was a left shift coming off from that starting line. So the boats who were able to tack early could convert that shift into a gain. And yeah, maybe I can't really see it at the moment from my perspective yet. On what side of the racecourse I see more wind, but maybe there's even a little bit more breeze there on that right side. I can't really say it yet, but it's kind of early to make some predictions here, as the wind still has time to shift back. So for us sailors, it's always important to understand if the wind still has time to shift back until I'm at the mark or not. And at the moment we are more or less in the middle of the race course, so the wind still has time to shift back, and I see some more fast shifts going on here actually. So let's see if the boats from the right side can get a right shift again to tack and come over, as they still need to sail a lot on starboard.
They do. Just watching how Sled progress. Sled are our leaders on the tracker, on the 3D tracker at the moment, out on that right side along with Vayu. In the end, remember Platoon were just being hurt by Vayu. Vayu were bow forward on them and squeezing, and that was why Vasco was upset. So had to tack off from there. So in the end, Platoon looked to be quite deep. Vayu going well. Sled also. Sled lying 10th. Best score this regatta so far is a 5th. Vayu also best score this regatta so far at a pair of 5ths. And we can see out on that far right side teasing machine with the obviously the old Gladiator. So fascinating point at the moment, wondering whether this left side will come strong again. Looking at Sled as they come back. I think certainly looks like there's a little bit of a lefty for Phoenix at the moment. Phoenix, I think, will cross Sled. So too Pravetsa looking quite good in their position. So so breeze is moving around all the time just now, Louise.
Andy, yes, it's like that the breeze is quite...
Yeah, the breeze is quite shifted. Just watching, or we were watching there, Phoenix and Sled converging. Meantime, Platoon just getting bounced around a little bit, dropping to 13th for the meantime. This left strong again for Gladiator. So it's either side of the course that seemed to be good. Paprec best on the left with Gladiator, best on the right is Sled and Phoenix. So pretty evenly balanced, Louis, just now with Paprec and Gladiator 3rd and 4th on this left side. Phoenix and Sled best on the right side. Platoon dropping
yeah, absolutely,
big time.
Andy.
Go on.
Andy, I agree with you, and I think it was about tacking on that shift, but also able to hold your lane. As we saw Alpha Plus and Platoon Aviation who had to tack out again. That's really painful because every maneuver slows you down. In this breeze we have now, I think in the gust we probably already have 60 knots. So yeah, there you definitely want to avoid maneuvers and want to go fast, and if you have to do a tack, that's very painful. But at the moment the sides look quite even. We still have shifts and we still have patches with a little bit less wind, but in general the breeze is clicking up, and I'm going very fast to the upwind mark as the boats are moving fast. So I see you at the upwind mark, Andy.
Indeed, just focusing a little bit momentarily on the regatta leaders. Platoon Aviation down in 12th, just as Louise said, ending out of phase with the shifts. and losing places, but still a bit to go on this upwind. Gladiator, though, besides anything else in terms of risk, in second at the moment. But the key is, we've said a few times, and Louise said it yesterday, a little bit of a case of winning your side is as important as anything. Pick a side and win it, then you should be in the top 4, top 6 at the top mark. But Paprec, the left coming good for them just now, as indeed it's the case for Gladiator. Paprec in good shape now. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming up more in the middle of the course, but the fleet opening up quite quickly coming up this beat. Let's see whether there's more convergence, more at the top mark. Value working hard on this right side, but they're quite deep as well, ending up in the same situation. Well, they were side by side with Platoon out on that right, so too Teasing Machine were right, Prevetsa were on the right. Coming back, I think, on a header really, and it's costing them so it may be the case that Paprec get round this top mark first. Quantum Racing have done good work coming up this beat. Once again, relatively low risk start, but sailing good shifts, managing their lane well. But Alpha Plus going well as well. Could be round in third or fourth. So Louise, an approach to the windward mark. Looking good for Paprec.
Absolutely, Andy, and I thought it was so interesting. So the boats who were more to the left, they had more pressure now coming in the last third, and also could point with their bow higher to the upward mark, so they had a bigger left shift than boats below them. It was like a banana, but the more left you were, the bigger effect you had. So we see Alpha Plus, who had to tack out early, now actually not coming back so bad. They made some bigger gains here now as well with this lefty and also more pressure. And yeah, great race by Paprec. In general, the boat stayed a lot longer on port in this upwind than on starboard. So we had the wind more to the left than the original bearing. Maria set the race course out. Yeah, and here I'm just at the upward mark. Andy, Paprec is getting ready to round the upward mark in first blade. Great success for that team, Andy.
Indeed, and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming in from the left on port, closing fast with Gladiator. They will go behind Gladiator. Gladiator getting around in second, strengthening their challenge all the time to Platoon Aviation, who have not had a good beat. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, round in third. But a nice little lead for the French team, Folie Bleu. Coming round the offset now, they are. Alpha Plus get round in fourth. Then Criolla team. Criolla have done some really nice work in the first beats generally in this regatta. Started off with that second in the first race. Next round, actually, Allegra have come away, considering they had a poor start. They come away round in sixth just now, so all credit to Nick Asher and co. Now, Platoon Aviation just fighting with a relatively slender ley line. All the pressure on Harmler Spear, but a nice tight mark rounding gets them round ahead of 4 or 5 boats. Getting round in 8th. Phoenix just ahead of them. Interlodge, Sled, Prevetsa, Teasing Machine. But great conditions, boats almost marginal surfing downwind. So you can see some little choppy waves.
And unfortunately,
yeah, go on, Louise.
Andy, unfortunately, yeah, Platoon just got a penalty. I think this was just a little bit too tight what they tried there at the upper mark, unfortunately. Oh dear. So yeah, now they had to do their penalty. And now they're a little bit back on the fleet. And yeah, from now on they need to full focus on catching boats again. And we also have Vayu on top of PUERTO. They're trying to roll that boat as they were on top of the group, and they're trying to put the bow forward now, but we have almost 18 knots out here, so the boats are full powered up at the moment. They need to be more careful with their angles, as they can't say too high because then they will heel too much and spin out. But yeah, Vayu managed us very nicely, the queen on board there. And wow, a lot of things happening again at this upward mark. At the two groups, I would almost call it, so the front group and the group now behind arrived at the same time, Andy.
Indeed, but in the end though, I think the left side big out on that upwind, and that does tend to suggest that Paprec should be able to take advantage were that to be the case on the next upwind. Paprec, Gladiator, and certainly they're the two main contenders coming off the left hand down to the line. But really the best conditions I think we've probably seen this season. This nice 16, 18 knots of breeze. We've just got the bows lifting, but just a little bit one-sided on this run, unfortunately, for Platoon to try and work some magic and pull back numerous places. But this is really, really great racing. But what a great sight for the Paprec team, for the grinders, looking backwards, seeing the entire fleet. Team's super motivated this regatta, more than most, as they lost one of their crew members, passed away between Newport and now. But that's a great sight for them. Gladiator 150 metres or so behind. Just saying that they enjoyed the breeze. They felt the boat was strong, above 40 knots. But Louise, there's a balance then in this breeze, isn't it? You want to sail as deep and as fast as possible, as directly towards the leeward gate as you can.
Exactly, Andy, and I think as the breeze is still a little bit more left than what the race course was originally set out for, they want to sail very fast now on this long jibe, so full VMG. You see a lot of the crew hiking out there, so sitting, pressing the boat flat, and playing with the waves. I think when they jibe, the wave will come even better from the back, so they can surf the wave even better down. There will be the more fun jibe, I would say. So this is almost like wave surfing. You can then head up with the wave and steer it down again. The boat accelerates with the apparent wind they can create. This is so much fun now, sailing these boats. Incredible. And we just spoke on the first upwind about the boats who came from the right. They looked good in the beginning, but I said, well, maybe there's enough time for the shift to come back. No, the shift never came back. And if I now look upwind, Andy, I also see in general a little bit more wind here towards the east, so towards the left side, looking upwind. And I also see this big cloud band coming closer and closer, so this all speaks for the gradient we have predicted in the forecast as well, Andy.
Fascinating stuff. It really is very, very dynamic race course today in terms of the weather situation. Anything can happen. Just looking at the angle that the Gladiator is sailing relative to Paprec. Paprec, as you said, Louise, now with the waves. Gladiator pulled back very, very slightly, 15-20 metres. Pat Prick and the team have been with us since year one on the 52 Super Series. Alpha Plus taking it to Quantum Racing as best they can. These two boats are super tight. In third and fourth. Criolla in fifth. So great speeds, good fast downwind sailing. New bearing 155. We started off I think at 165. 1.7 was the 1.7 mile upwind leg. It's now 155, so it's gone 10 degrees to the left. And Pat Breck then now a nice safe rounding off the leeward gate. Gladiator also coming to this left mark. Also interesting approach, Louise. They came in down under kite, keeping the kite as late as possible, but looked almost as if they might go to the right hand mark. However, nice riding from Gladiator, but Pat Prick in control of this race at the moment, Louise.
Yeah, absolutely, Andy. And they go to the left side, and now the course is a little bit more square. I said before that the course wasn't so square as the left shift stayed and didn't come back. And now most of the boats will probably go here to the left side. I also see more pressure on the left side. So I think, I don't know if this is a one-way track now, as the breeze still looks a little bit puffy. Sometimes you see you still have patches with less wind. But maybe this is now for Pat Prick a more easy race, as they have to sail fast, go to the left side, tack, and oh, Andy, what I just see in front of me is a little bit painful
Alpha
for Alpha
Plus.
Plus. They have a little bit of their, they have a little bit of their Janica in their water, as you can see. That
Indeed.
slows them down.
It did, and at the same
Better
time.
for Quantum Racing in front of them.
Yeah, and Privetza just over on that other mark. They had a problem with their drop line and had the kite flying right out in front of the boat, but they did manage to retrieve it, albeit a little bit messy, but that's the way things goes when the breeze picks up. Say 16, 18 knots of breeze. Really can't afford to make mistakes. But super close. Pat Prick with that lead. Gladiator second. Alpha Plus we have in third, along with Quantum. I think Quantum and Alpha Plus for me went round the market round about the same time. Allegra in sixth. Interlodge seventh. Phoenix, Sled, Vayu, and Vayu still ahead of Platoon. So if we were to look at the projected points standings, if positions stayed the same at the moment, then you think we'd find that there's be evens between, or thereabouts, between Platoon and Gladiator. Platoon 9 places behind Gladiator at the moment. On board Vasco, quite animated in 11th place. Certainly when we saw him getting, so there you go, yeah, 22 points to Platoon, 22 points to Gladiator, 28 to Pat Prick, Quantum on 31, so nice battle between Pat Prick and Quantum as well. Look at that maximum hike from the lads on the Pat Prick. All the way outboard. and evens at the top of the table as we move into the second half of the regatta. This is race 6 of 10. And so far, so good for Gladiator. Once again, the curse of the red flag playing into or affecting the platoon aviation. They were quite deep already. I think they were coming around 6th or 7th, but that's cost them 4 or 5 places. So how's this beat looking for you, Louise?
Andy, the breeze picked up even more. I think we have now up to 20 knots or maybe even above, so the boats start to be overpowered. You can see their mainsails flapping a little bit, so they have like a kind of bubble close to the mast, so they can't depower the sails anymore. As they started with 11 to 14 knots, they can change all the setup a little bit, but they're still on the medium sails here. And I think if they could choose again, they would now definitely like to pick their more stormy sails. Full breeze here, and I can see the wind shifting even more to the left. So I'm now going up here on the left side. And the boats here that had tacked earlier, so Paprika and Gladiator, can point very nicely already in direction of the upwind mark. So the left at the moment looks really, really strong out here, and just so beautiful sailing conditions. That we have this here in the middle of August in Palma de Mallorca is amazing, and I'm so happy for all the sailors on these boats. This is like sailboat racing as its absolute best, Andy.
It is indeed, and certainly a great reward for the 13 teams who are here. Great advert for the 52 Super Series. You have to say it's not always like this, but when you get days like this, it's just magnificent. And of course that battle between Gladiator and Platoon, so finely balanced. Platoon going on the water today with a 9-point lead. And who'd have thought then, Gladiator lying second, Platoon Aviation in 11th. So we're going to be all square after this race, and it's a 3-race day. Now whether that plays out, whether we have this consistent, or this breeze is consistent all the way through the day. How ironic then at the moment that Platoon's next boat that they have to pass is Prevezza. About 20 or 30 metres ahead. Anyway, at the moment that hard-earned lead in the regatta standings evaporated in a few moments for Platoon. So Paprika in control of this in the meantime. Wouldn't it be great to see Paprika finish on the podium, but it's a long way to go, but they have a pretty good level of consistency at the moment. So Paprika just checking the results over the course of the season so far. Paprika had a couple of seconds in Newport. Best score 5th in Palma Vela. World Championships best score 3rd. And the best score so far this week for Paprika is a 2nd. So if the French can hold on, and that looks to be quite a comfortable lead to me, it would be Paprika's first win of the season. Just on board there momentarily with Gladiator, just Tony Langley just saying what he felt was happening. Top three boats reasonably evenly spread out between Paprec, Gladiator, Quantum. Alpha Plus settled in fourth. So it's about fleet management just now then, keeping a cover on the boats behind for the French team, Louise.
Andy, I think the French team is doing a great job. They're able to manage the speed and match the speed of Gladiator, and this was my only worry a little bit when they rounded that downwind gate. I really hope that they can manage and match the speed here of the world champion Gladiator, but they're doing a phenomenal job just staying in front, staying in control, having a look, having an eye on Gladiator, as Gladiator always tried to sail a little bit more to the left. They're at the moment better side, but they came always with them, and now they're in a nice controlling position there, having the fleet under control, and Gladiator and Quantum Racing who are just behind them. So now, if I would be on Paprec, Andy, we reached a little bit the wind strength where boat handling gets crucial. So if they need to make sure now to have clean boat handling to avoid a mega disaster, but I think they have enough experience to do this. We've seen before at the downwind gate some other teams struggling a little bit more, unfortunately. So Paprec has to focus on that now, as they know that they're fast enough, and it's more like a one-way track as well, so they just need to round that mark, go downwind, do one jibe and sail into the finish. This will be their goal, but I hope everything goes smooth with their boat handling, Andy.
Indeed, they're a very, very experienced team. Started off with a lot of offshore experience, but since then they've sailed many, many miles, many, many races, many regattas with the 52 Super Series. So they are pretty polished. It's always about doing each member of the team doing their job perfectly. Being pursued though by the world champions. But great conditions. Just watching Paprec coming across and putting the tack on Gladiator, keeping that cover on the world champions. You can see Crayola team just behind them, and the city of Palma in the background. Quantum have Alpha Plus not too far behind them, but they're just doing the same thing, just keeping a loose cover, keeping a check on the boat behind. Not so much chance of catching Gladiator, but you never know. We're coming into the windward mark, approaching from the left, generally, Louise.
Exactly, Andy. So I see most of the boats here coming from the left side, and they are more or less all in one line. So a lot of them really wanted to go onto the left corner. So until the moment they then had to tack to be still on ley line. And I've seen Paprec and Gladiator in generally doing more tacks than the boat just behind them, Quantum Racing. So there was a little match going on between them. They maybe gave some meters away there, but Paprec just really wanted to make sure to stay in control there of the world champions Gladiator. I think they did a great job there. They didn't want to allow Gladiator to go any further left than they were, but that obviously gave the third boat the chance to get a little bit closer to them, and I wonder if they still have a chance, as there's now a bigger gap behind the third boat. But then the boats after that, they're still quite close, Andy, and a lot of things can still happen on that final downwind, as we have up to 20 knots, so boat handling is crucial, and it's just getting more and more difficult the more wind you have with these boats. And I have the feeling that the wind also shifted more to the left, so even here now the little offset we have, so from the upwind mark to the offset leg, is
Quite
kind
tight.
of more than, yeah, exactly. So now we see the first 3 boats rounding that upwind mark, Andy.
Indeed, Gladiator round in second, Quantum Racing and Powered by American Magic with Clear Daylight back to Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus having a good race in the conditions. We've not seen so much of these kind of conditions. Crayola team, and in fact Allegra just stealing in between the 2 for, I think, 5th. Coming in nicely from that left side, so Alpha Plus round now. Allegra in 5th. Their best finish so far has been 5th. Unfortunately, they've got 3 scores in double digits so far. Crayola overlapped with Phoenix. You can see Platoon there in the back of that approaching group. Interlodge in 8th. Value in 9th. I would probably have Platoon in 10th for the meantime, but it may be 11th. But that could be a key sled. Sled in 9th, Platoon, as I said, yeah, Platoon in 10th. So that single place gain should keep Platoon on top of the table after this race. Just 25 seconds of a delta between Gladiator and Paprec. A nice, fast, rapid downwind. You can see the bow fully lifted on Gladiator. So full surfing conditions, max pace, great downwind surfing conditions, Louise.
Absolutely, this looks so much fun now. I would love to be on one of these boats now, sailing on downwind, surfing down these waves here. We have a nice wave also that now starts to build and get bigger and bigger. So this is just so much fun at the moment, Andy. And all the sailors are hiking out. They try to stay as much back as they can to lift up the bow, to make the boat surfing down the waves even better. And some boats choose a little bit of a higher VMG, some boats choose a little bit of a lower VMG. And ooh, Andy, in the back of the fleet, I just see it now. Provezza unfortunately whipped their Janaka, so they have to now take down the Janaka, and they're without Janaka anymore. I said before, boat handling is now crucial in these max power conditions, and I think they had a little bit of a problem there with the new boat. Oh, so that's very, very painful, unfortunately, for Provezza, Andy.
Yes, indeed, a learning process, as John Cutler said at the start of the week. It's really about proving reliability of the systems, and that is a mechanical failure there, I'm quite sure. John said they'd only sailed in up to 16 knots, and at 20 plus they have a problem. However, they are here to learn, here to make the boat reliable for 2025. Not good for the ego to be finishing in 13th, but they can live with it, I'm quite sure. Paprec now comfortably clear, or have been for a while, but in control. Quantum, one of the most accomplished teams in terms of boat handling. For me, closing down on Gladiator quite quickly. Going fast.
I agree with you, Andy. I think Quantum chose a little bit of a higher mode, So they tried to sail higher and faster. Quantum Gladiator before decided to sail lower, and they really want to still catch that boat, so they really push forward here. And we have also another nice battle more in the back between Allegro and Alpha Plus. This is just so much fun here at the moment to watch these boats racing and also sail on them. Allegro really tried to roll Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus is now rolling into the jibe as they started to get disturbed. The jibe doesn't look so beautiful. Ay, ay, ay. So I think they'll maybe lose their little bit of maneuvers. So let's see how the jibe of Allegro looks, but they might be in front for the next cross, Andy.
Indeed, we're back on board with Gladiator, just looking at their perspective on Patrick, just under their mainsail, under the Jenniker. Chris Hosking there on the aft grinder, working with the trimmer Simon Fry, Gigi Parada helming. They have Quantum attacking on their left. Quantum have certainly pulled back a little bit, but there's the point standings. If the positions stay the same, big question is whether Platoon can pull back another place on this run. Can they catch up and pass Sled? That's the one to watch if they need to gain one more place. Open up another point. Remember, they came on the water with a 9-point lead. Quickly on board, back with Platoon Aviation. And the Axelson there, the powerhouse grinder with Gerd Harbermuller. Grinders working hard today in this strong breeze. But the other thing is, can Quantum Racing get past Gladiator? It looks a little bit like it. It may just be a tracker anomaly, but you can just see there in real life, as it were, just from the onboard on Paprec. Now let's watch this jibe on Paprec. Look how the sails, the Jennikers across first, the main comes across gently, keeping the kite filling all the time. Same too with the Gladiator behind, kite across, main across. So Gladiator under pressure from Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, but actually Patrick have opened up another 15-20 metres down this run. Cedric Chateau, a massively experienced helmsman, and Patrick coming through the line for their first win of 2024. Well deserved. They won that one off the start line. Jean-Luc Petitjugan, the owner, at the back of the boat with the white baseball cap, congratulating his team. And then the Gladiator pursued by Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. A lot closer at the finish line, but second then for Gladiator. Going 1-2 for the last two races is pretty powerful stuff. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic going 2-3, not bad at all. And then quite a bit of a gap back to Alpha Plus versus Allegro. Could be close between Alpha Plus and Allegro. Allegro coming in with pace. Alpha Plus a little bit slowed on that left side, Louise.
Yeah, Andy, there was the moment we've talked before about that Alpha Plus was struggling a little bit with their jibe, and that really allowed Allegro here to move a place forward on that final downwind. Great job by Allegro. They tried to roll that boat, and now they're going to the finish here. And let's see if Alpha Plus still managed to get in front of Phoenix, Andy.
They should just about do it. They're sailing deep and by the lead, but they get there now. And Phoenix not far behind, just a matter of a metre and a half. Phoenix gets sixth. Next through, I think, will be Interlodge by the looks of things. So Interlude lying in fourth for the moment. Quantum will move a couple of points clear of them in the overall standings. So to Interlude coming through for seventh. Next is going to be Crayola team, I think, in the foreground of our picture. Crayola get eighth. Yeah, and it looks like Platoon have stolen a ninth in the end, ahead of Sled. Remember, Sled were well up in the fleet earlier on, getting 10th. Then coming Teasing Machine for 11th. So in the end, that extra place gives them an extra point. They should be 2 points clear, I think, at the top of the table. Sled through in 10th, Teasing Machine 11th, and Value 12th. So a ninth then for Platoon Aviation, a reasonable recovery considering they dropped 4 places at the top mark because of that penalty. It's kind of a little bit of what could have been for them, but it does keep them just clear at the top of the table. A good second for Gladiator and their Pravetsa then, having lost their kite coming down that second run. Teething troubles, you would call it. But a really good race for Paprec, a well-deserved win. They had the best start off the pin end of the line, along with Gladiator on that left side. But they settled themselves down. A few moments of sheer pleasure coming through the line. But they settled down, debrief, drink, catch some snacks, and get ready to do it all again. But Louise, credit to the Platoon team. After that penalty, they kept fighting and they took a couple of places.
Absolutely, Andy. That team really wants to fight. They want to go for a win. But I'm so impressed by Paprec. I love that they took that fight on with Gladiator, with the world champions for the pennant. And they knew, they probably really expected that the left side will be so strong. So they wanted to start at the pennant to allow themselves to be the first boat in that big gain there. And in the end, for me personally, the left side came out even stronger than expected as the wind shifted more to the left and then also clicked up so much. Remember, we started with 11 knots and now we finish here with 20 knots of wind and the wind more to the left. And the more left you went, the lefter you got shifted and into more pressure you sailed. And wow, well done to the French team here, but also all to the other teams. It's getting now more difficult to sail these boats in so much wind, Andy.
It is indeed, but also kudos to the Gladiator team going 1-2 after, or from these 2 races. Just delightfully consistent generally. They had that 1/10 in the 3rd race off the regatta, and I think as much as anything staying clear of trouble. And that has been very much a watchword. Anyway, we're going to have a quick look. As we said, a 2-point lead then for Platoon Aviation, losing 7 points on that race to Gladiator. Gladiator in second now, 22 points to Platoon Aviation's 20. On 29 points in third are Paprec, ahead of the 5 times circuit champions Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, who are on 30. Interlodge on 34, Phoenix 40, 48 for Alpha Plus, 49 for Allegra with a good 4th, their best score so far. Value then a 12th, 51, 13th for Pravetsa and 53. Sled 53, Crayola team 55, and Teasing Machine on 62 points. So Platoon Aviation on top, just 2 points in it, and we're going to take a little break and then we'll come back with the second race of the day.
In the club you scream, God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately, I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies, I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. And she said, boys hot here coming from a mile away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you.
Standing right in front of me, you used to be someone to me. You took all of my energy and had some infidelities. The real estate inside my head you took is never coming back, but you said that it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked out those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. You went from a walk to a crawl, had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess I survived you, and that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. I think that I'm over it, but then I see you out again, laughing with the group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic, so I drink till I can't stand. And you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. You went from a walk to a crawl, had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess I survived you, and that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me, not the petals hit the floor. seems hazy. Is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear. Running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna know is how to hold on to it every moment. Dive into it like my love is an ocean. It's overflowing. I swear it's golden. So good that I'm rolling. Baby, you make me crazy. I'm seeing roses. Baby, just maybe you save me. Oh, take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine. Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling.
it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show, but sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my doubt created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Among the waves, let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my doubt created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. I was made for this. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah. But I have overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Oh, I was made for this. We ready? Who ready? We ready? Who ready? Who? We ready? Who? Who ready? Who? We ready? Who?
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to the Bay of Palma this beautiful Saturday afternoon. We've had one race today, race number 6, which was won by Paprec, the French team, their first win of this season, and keeping them in 3rd place overall. Platoon Aviation at the 9th, and Gladiator, their 2nd, closes the gap to just 2 points in the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series Sailing Week. As we say, we get into the second half, the business end of the regatta. On the water, Luis Vancer, we've had a little bit of a delay. You've had some technical problems, but conditions still look pretty good.
Andy, yes, I'm out here. The conditions still look amazing. 50 knots, the wind slightly dropped, so more easy now for all the boats to manage their boat handling. That's great to see. So I think we can expect again the boats being really tight together. And in the break we just had, there was a lot going on. The boats changed very often their sails. They sailed upwind together, did some speed tests, tried to understand what side they want to sail on. The wind in general shifted a bit further left even. So now when the boats start here, they really sail parallel to the left shoreline. On starboard, as the wind is now coming from the southeast, I think 145 is the bearing.
Oh, wow.
I think this was going to be another exciting race, Andy, for me. If I would be now on one of these boats, I probably still would go for the left side, as that worked phenomenally well in the race before for Paprec and Gladiator, and all the other boats who could hold their lane to the left side managed to do one tack and then come from the left side. I also think the left side will pay off, especially in the end. Here at the start it looks a little bit lighter than when I look further upwind, so I expect a little bit more wind at the upwind mark than here at the start. And the boats are just getting ready now. They're already all in the train, so they do this to then position themselves for the starting line. They position themselves very early, so it looks a little bit out of control, maybe uncoordinated, chaotic, but there's a system behind what all these boats are doing. They follow each other and then they choose their moment to tack depending on the other boats and where they want to start at the starting line, Andy.
Where would you be wanting to start this time, do you think?
To be honest, I think I still like the left, and I think I would still... Depends on where I stand also on the overall results, but probably I would like to push that left side, push the pin end, try to start there, and then I think there is still a gain on that left side, so take that gain. Being fast, because you need to be able to tack and make that cross when you come from the left side, as the cross will be on port, so you're not right of way, so you really need to also be fast. If you're a slow boat and you start on the left, this is not good. But I always want to be fast, so I would start on the left, Andy.
You always want to be fast, Louise. You better not get too good. You get up and on one of the race boats, we'll lose you from the commentary position. But great conditions. Breeze dropped just very slightly as we go into the final, or less than 45 seconds to go, something like that. Looking at Criollo and Teasing Machine at the committee boat end of the line. Middle of the line, we've got Platoon and Quantum side by side once again. Gladiator, guess where, on the pin end of the line. But it's a little bit of a scrappy start just now. Criollo a little bit late. Teasing Machine closing the door on them. Provezza nicely positioned, bow forward, just building speed in the final seconds. As the gun goes, all clear, says Maria, our principal race officer. Good start from Provezza, and indeed Teasing Machine not bad. Somebody's very late. Not quite sure who that is for the meantime, but best position so far. Yeah, Interlude is very late. We can see Paprec starting off the pin end of the line, but slightly late. Gladiator are down there. Seemed to be maybe a little bit of right-hand shift, perhaps, Louise. As we saw
Andy,
earlier.
I agree with you. So it didn't look.
Go on.
I agree with you, Andy. It didn't look so much right shifted in all the start preparation these boats did, but now as they just started, looks like the Criolla and the teasing machine here, the most two windward boats, sail the best angle to the upward mark, so they're more right shifted than the boats below them. The breeze is a gradient breeze, so there are shifts in it. I don't know if the shift will last to the end or if the shift will still come back. I'm a little bit surprised by that right shift. Let's see what will happen here, Andy. But definitely being able to start and hold your lane is already a very, very important thing when you have 13 boats on the start line, because maneuvers are so expensive in the choppy sea state we have as well. And 50 knots, ideal would be to do one tack. I don't know if this is gonna work for all the boats, as not all the boats can hold their lane. Obviously there are speed differences between the team, very small luckily, that makes the racing so exciting here. But at the moment it looks like that the right shift continues, so the boats further to the left will now I would pray for a left shift, to be honest, or make earlier decision to get out of that left corner. But yeah, I think if I would be Gladiator Tony Langley, I pray for him for a left shift. And Criolla here, most windward boat, I hope the shift doesn't shift back. So yeah, very different things going on here on the boats. Depending where you are on the race course, you hope for different things to happen, Andy.
Indeed, certainly that left side not looking so pretty just now. Gladiator, Paprec, and certainly these two were furthest to the left, off the line. I mean, we saw an early right on the last upwind, or so the first upwind in the last race, and then the left came in, so it will be interesting to see whether that comes true. I'm just not sure what happened with Interlodge. Interlodge were very late. Paprec working this right side now. Phoenix and Provezza then, first and second. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, once again a nice, steady, consistent, low-risk start. Waiting to see how this upwind develops. On board with Value, just listening to Nick Rogers talking to the helmsman Don Whitcraft. Tom Green, the main sheet trimmer. Just seeing they go into the left a little bit more. But I think this is going to be quite an interesting race. Value are fourth on the water, just watching. So this time Platoon and Gladiator are both quite deep in the early part of the first upwind. Criolla and Phoenix look pretty good for me in the middle of the course. Just see the bows of Platoon Aviation just trying to get across the front of Alpha Plus. And in the end, just tacking underneath that Alpha Plus. Louise, how's it looking in your perspective? You're on the right of the course, I believe.
Exactly, Andy. I'm just leeward here of the winners of the race we had before. So Paprec, they sail alone here to the right side, followed by Interlodge behind them. And for me, the wind looks a little bit more unstable than what we have seen in the race before. So there are patches with more wind, but also then other parts with less wind and very local. So it can be that two boats up of you, there's more wind than what you actually have. that make this race definitely more challenging. What we've seen in the race before, where the breeze was a little bit more stable, more to the left side, and the more left you were, the more breeze there was. As the wind also shifted more left, the boats now sail on that starboard tack more inside the bay, so they get maybe a little bit more covered by the shore, or maybe we will also see this effect of the left shore to the end more, so a positive gain feature then. But yeah, at the moment I think it's quite hard to predict what will happen next, Andy, at least for me. But I need to say, as Patrick, I would be a little bit worried here being all alone on the right side. They now tagged onto starboard and they don't look so good from my perspective, Andy.
No, indeed, neither do Gladiator Interlodge for that matter, but this could be a significant race. For me, it's interesting to see whether Platoon can keep making places in the middle of that pack. They're just to windward and behind Criolla. They have a reasonable position just now, can't step out any further, and if the breeze is in the left, they probably want to try to get to the left at some point. But Sled and Provezza, Sled in the strongest position. They can keep going to the left if they want to. A little bit pinned just now by Provezza as Phoenix carrying on, but just slightly slowed. So Gladiator attack away from Vayu, I think it is. Allegri, I believe, sorry about that. But Gishi Parada just settling down after the tack. Alpha Plus got a nice lane there. They're out on their own on this right side as Paprec come back. So let's see how Paprec do, whether they can find anything from this right side. We do still feel that the breeze will be strong on the left. It's been the consistent trend through the day. Certainly Sled have set up for that. Gladiator just crossing behind Interlodge. It is one of these things that once you get back into the fleet, as it were, a penalty turn there for Platoon Aviation. So 2 consecutive penalties, that is really, really expensive in consecutive races. Not quite sure what happened there, but they were dropped immediately, I think probably to 13th. So once again, Platoon Aviation's Achilles heel is getting penalties. That was what cost them in the early part of last season, and they just squeezed home to win the title last year. And so often you speak with the afterguard, or indeed the coach Morgan Reeser, and say, what do you have to do better? And it's always get less penalties. But 2 in 2 races just makes life hard, especially when Gladiator were already quite deep in the race there. So Gladiator would take the provisional lead if positions stayed the same through the finish line, but also good to see Sled at the front of the fleet. They've had a pretty rocky regatta so far, down in 11th. The best position or best race finish so far is a 5th, but they've gone 11, 10, 10. That is really not the hallmarks of the past 52 Super Series champions and world champions. Also good to see Prevezza up in second place just now, considering they're in 10th overall. So good pressure on that left side as well. You can see sled moving very nicely, lead of about 30 or 40 meters over Prevezza. Alpha Plus up in third, fifth in the previous race. So Platoon have some work to do once again. Certainly not all about the left side. Alpha Plus on the middle right seem to be profiting quite nicely. Now ahead of Prevezza. Alpha Plus tactician is of course the Olympic gold medalist in the laser for Australia, Tom Burton. So Louise, this right side seems to be going quite well to a certain extent for Alpha Plus, but I think as much as anything, sailing their own race in clear air, not getting involved with the move and counter moves in the peloton, as it were.
Yeah, so I'm just arrived at the upwind mark, and it's hard to say. I'm not so sure, actually, from my perspective, how it really looks for Alpha Plus. They look amazing on the tracking, but I'm not so sure. We will see once they tacked. At the moment it's still hard to judge. It's the boats here on the left side. They point a lot higher towards the upwind mark than Alpha Plus does. And I also see a wind bend here on the left side coming down. And I just checked my notes of my 470 racing I've done here in this wind direction, and we sailed a little bit more inside the bay, but in the 470 racing I've done here, the left side worked is magic in the last third. So Alpha Plus now tacked onto starboard. They are a little bit above ley line even, so they gave some meters away there. And I'm not sure if they are able to cross in front, Andy, at the moment, to be very honest. So the boats here on the left side, they are so close together. Wow. Between some of the boats is not even a boat length in between. And the other boats overstood the ley line, unfortunately, a little bit. That's painful for them. But they will arrive more or less very close to the upwind mark altogether, Andy. The wind in general dropped a little bit.
I mean, it's so often the case you see in this left-hand track that everybody steps further and further left, and so you do end up with boats coming in on port, overlaying, losing a few meters. You can see that very nicely in that shot. But looks like sled will get round in first. I don't think we've seen them leading round the windward mark at this regatta so far. Phoenix won that one race. Prevezza got that second in the fourth race of the series. So Takashi Akura's team coming round in first. Then close between Provezza and Phoenix. Provezza just quite tight on ley line, but they're able to push Phoenix up just a little bit. In fact, no, Phoenix get across their bows and round it in second. Next is Provezza, Criolla team and Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus looked to be tight on that mark, looked to be almost on it to me. And Teasing Machine have to circle round. They missed the mark. Gladiator get round, I think probably in about 6th or 7th. So disaster for Teasing Machine. They were in quite nicely positioned, but closed out. Value then Alpha Plus, Gladiator in 7th, Interlodge 8th, Teasing Machine round in 9th, 10th will be Quantum Racing, Power Bear, American Magic, 11th Paprec, then Platoon round in 12th, and 13th is Teasing Machine, because of course they were closed out at that weather mark. So nice read for Sled, and Phoenix shouldn't make too many mistakes from there. They're a super consistent team once they get out in the top 3. But Louise, your thoughts on this run? It looks fairly straightforward. Breezes drop very slightly. Not quite as exciting conditions as the previous race.
Andy, yeah, from the breeze wisely, not quite as exciting, but oh my god, boat and fleet wisely, even more exciting. As the left side now just came in the last bit, and so many boats overstood that left ley line, so they were all pushing further to the left on the upwind they had, and I think also the wind shifted more to the left. So yeah, 3 penalties I've seen. Provezza needed to, Phoenix needed to do a penalty. Teasing Machine not making the mark and had to jive at the upwind mark to then go in again and do another try. Ooh, that's always very painful, Andy. That's one of the most painful moves you can make on that racetrack, unfortunately. And also Interlodge being stuck at the mark. They were head to wind, not being able to round the mark. So a lot of boats came in there last second, and I'm surprised that the wind starts to drop. I mean, we have 3 o'clock now local time. That's the hottest moment of the day probably, so the wind might get a little bit more unstable and crazy. But fleet wisely, this is so exciting at the moment. Now boats just to roll each other, they try to go higher. It looks like that the starboard jibe is the long jibe to the downwind gate. So boats just want to sail their maximum speed here on that jibe, and from that they need free air, and then they also risk to roll other boats, Andy.
Indeed, but Sled comfortably ahead. Watching that, also quite impressive to see how Gladiator just are so consistent, considering they went round the top mark in 7th up to, well, they were up to 5th a minute ago. But it's interesting, just it's one of the kind of hallmarks, or one of the things you see with new teams. Sometimes they're able to do well on the first round of a race, certainly first upwind, and then they just fade. We saw that previously with Criolla dropping to 8th in that previous race. Meantime, Sled matching the boat behind, and just a quick look at the projected standings. Then Gladiator would take the lead by 5 points going into the final day if this positions stay the same in this race through the finish line. So you'd have to say for Platoon Aviation that is very much self-inflicted today. Quantum Racing moving to third on 36, Paprec 38, Phoenix 44. So Gladiator, I think, be fairly happy with their day so far. Tony Langley just saying, come on, let's just keep this tight, keep cool. So Platoon very much have some work to do. They're in 12th and a few good boats round about them in terms of trying to make passes, but we're on this first run of second race of the day, race number 7 of the series. Sled in control, sailing nice and deep and fast. So Louise, what are we seeing in this run? What else?
Andy, so I'm going downwind at the moment here on, if you're looking upwind, the right side of the upwind. And to be honest, things changed a little bit to the upwind we've seen before. I see more wind offshore, so more wind when the boats jibe, and in general I also see a right shift. I'm surprised by that, and we had this lefty in the upwind before, but maybe the wind is just shifting back now, or maybe some other things are happening now. I think it's up to the strategist and the tactician now on each boat to be very aware, because this race is different than the races we've seen before, especially the race we just had before, where it was just about go in the left corner and tack and be fast. For me, if you now jibed early on that downwind, you made some gains as you sailed in fresher breeze, so more wind, so you sail faster in general, and you also had that right shift, so Sled is definitely extending their lead here. They did a really nice job there, jibing early out of the train. The boats had to follow them, then they jibed then, and also the other boats who continued a little bit longer there on that starboard jibe before they jibed, I think they lost for me a little bit, Andy. And now they're halfway on the downwind, so they think about what to do on the next upwind and how to position themselves into the downwind gate, because these are crucial things where you can lose and win a lot of boats. And oh my God, to be honest, if I would be now on one of the boats and I would need to make a call for the next upwind, it's quite difficult to make that decision at the moment. I think looking upwind, I would probably take the right mark, just looks more breezier offshore, and then I would look where the fleet is going and position myself to the fleet, because that's crucial in a 13 boats fleet, Andy.
It is indeed, especially when you've got a reasonably comfortable lead at 150, 160 metres. You have a little bit of time to watch and see how the breeze is on the beat. But for the moment, Edo Stead and Murray Jones, Andrea Vicentini doing a fantastic job on the sled. Things a little bit more agitated on the Platoon Aviation, as the sled go into their jibe for the approach to the leeward gate. I'm afraid they're going to the left-hand mark looking upwind, Louis. They're just not listening to you.
Yeah, I think so too. Probably that's why I'm not on the boat, but on the commentary boat. They might know something I don't know. Yeah, we'll see how that works out for them. We'll see. Maybe they also just hope more for that left side, as it was so strong in the upwind before. But yeah, let's see who will take the other mark, Andy. Nice rounding by Sled here as well.
Interesting to watch Preveza coming in at an angle where they can hold the kite until the very last second and still round up close to the mark. Nice new shirts on the Preveza team for the new boat. Not quite such a tidy drop for the Criolla team. Criolla going round to the right hand mark. The kite is in the water a little bit. Main thing is to get it out of the water, and a little bit of a handbrake turn for them, but nonetheless they're in a good third spot just now. Phoenix, I think, getting around in fourth for me. Gladiator on the other mark at the same time. Quantum in sixth. Allegra, very slick drop. So Platoon trying to take some places coming into this leeward gate. With 3 or 4 boats outside them. But I think it's still, they're super deep in this fleet. Gladiator go round 6th. Platoon 12th, so 6-point gain to Gladiator, to the world champions. So the second beat of this race number 7. So Sled keeping it nice and safe. They have 100 metres or so in hand. A pretty solid race, Louise, for Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. I think 5th at the, sorry, 3rd at the top mark. No, sorry, I beg your pardon. 10th at the top mark, first time up. They're pulling back a few places, leg by leg. Characteristic of the team often, getting up to 5th just now.
Absolutely, Andy, and I think it's the experience of the team, because these mark roundings, they're so crucial, the positioning there, and Quantum Racing is a very experienced team, so they have a little of an advantage there. And I think we just saw a nice cross here from Preveza, so they rounded the left gate and sailed a little bit to the left, but then came out here again to the right side. I really like their position now. I think Sled is putting themselves a little bit under Wister, sailing to the left side. I think I would have come out again with Preveza here to the right side. Maybe they still think, oh, the left side worked so well for them in the upwind they just sailed before. So I hope this is the case for Sled. Otherwise, this is a little bit risky at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just looking at that image there, that Preveza is a little bit more pressed up than Sled to leeward, and potentially in a little righty for the meantime. But for sure, this race course is not just all about getting to the left all the time. So there's the points table projected if position stayed the same. Gladiator would be 4 points up. Platoon Aviation in second. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic in third. But all in all, you know, things change. Quantum are just 7 points behind Gladiator. Maybe they could have a storming final day. Stranger things have happened, but all the same, as Louise was saying, I do like Preveza's position to a point, although they're not really making that much of a gain on Sled. relative to the distance to the top mark. So there we go, sled tacking now. We'll see how the see how much the differences change as the sled come back at Preveza. Interlodge in our foreground there, in sixth, on board with them. 120 metres or so behind Quantum Racing Power by American Magic. Chris Matthews on the helm this week. Criolla then chipping away nicely in third place. They're well, there's the thing for Criolla. They're 2 points behind Sled in the overall standings. In fact, 2 points behind Sled and Preveza. And what are the two boats that are ahead of them? Sled and Preveza. So although this will be one of their better results with if they can hold on for a third, it's not going to make much impression on the leaderboard or on their position on the leaderboard, unfortunately, for the Brazilian team, who are sailing their first regatta with the 52 Super Series. So Team Value going into their attack in 8th just now. So in the end, Sled actually quite comfortable for all that we were saying, that we felt maybe there's a potential gain to Preveza. In the end, that left side didn't do too badly for Sled at all. And for sure, the afterguard of Edo Stead and Murray Jones, they pretty much know their way around any race course. Breeze dropped probably 13 knots there, I would say. Maybe even a little bit less. That was. Your forecast was kind of max wind speed round about 3 o'clock, Louise. So I think that seems to be fairly accurate, do you think?
Absolutely. I also think the forecast is doing a good job today, so far. Let's see. But the wind is slowly dropping. And for me, the boats there on the left side are now having this gain we were speaking about. So they just point higher. I'm just leeward of the teasing machine, so here on the right side. But I can see from my perspective that there's more pressure on the left side. The boats point higher, so there is where they make now all the gains. And I liked on the tracking, we could see that Sled is now taking out again to Preveza, so they just want to bank their gain now and not allow Preveza to get more pressure than them or a better shift. So well done there by Sled. They extended their lead. They were very patient, sailing to that left side, took the risk, didn't follow Preveza earlier. So beautiful. I think for the boats behind now, Sled, it's about managing the upwind mark approach already. So we've seen on the tracking that Quantum Racing tacked out earlier from that left corner. They overstood the ley line in the upwind before, and I think they didn't want to do that mistake again. So they went early to have a free lane. and I think this can work well for them. And for the other boats, it's now about managing their lane, going fast and trying to sail in clean wind as long as they can. Andy.
Indeed. Phoenix seem to have done quite nicely getting through Criolla for the meantime. Two lead boats are quite clear. I wonder whether Quantum can keep taking places. Their battle just now is with Phoenix. Phoenix more in the to their left. No joy for Platoon Aviation in the meantime. Likewise, unfortunately, Paprec. This time going from the penthouse to the smallest room in the house. But that is the way it goes sometimes, dropping to fourth in the leaderboard behind Quantum. So often the case, however. Sled really not put a foot wrong in this race. Another team which has done well on the Bay of Palma over the years. Won the Worlds and the overall title here at the end of her COVID year. And a very, very short season. What a finale that was. What's the breeze doing now, Louise? It seems to be kind of dropping a little bit more, perhaps. What do you think the chances are of...
Exactly, I'm on the way to the upward mark, and the breeze is slowly dropping. I think sometimes now we have in some holes only 7 knots, so definitely a drop of breeze here. But in general, the left side is coming in very, very strong here. And just checking the notes again from my 470 racing, it was so good then to go over the left side in that wind direction. But if you weren't in that leading group or just not the leader, it was an absolutely fight, that left side. And then actually it was always a massive gain to undertake the left ley line a little bit. So let's say like a 5th ley line or something from the left side to the upward mark, because then you could sail free and then you had the best effect of that banana that is happening here on the left side. So even though you didn't really have the full advantage, you had your own lane, a little bit what Quantum Racing did, but now at the upwind mark, and it looks like maybe they had lost a little bit, maybe they tacked a little bit too early, but the boats who went to the upwind ley line on the left side, they point very, very high here at that upwind mark now, Andy. And Sled is looking as they have a beautiful, comfortable lead, full crew hiking there. They really want to take this win home, and I think they will. On such a one-way track as it looks at the moment, it's so hard to make up places again. So we have Platoon Aviation a little bit more in the back, or Paprick or Teasing Machine, and there are just not a lot of opportunities to catch boats again, Andy.
There's not, unfortunately, but in fact, I think Sled's lead is the biggest to have seen this regatta so far, over just on 200 metres or so. Provezza in second, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Well, the afterguard, the Louise said, it's so hard to take places. They've got themselves up to third. They were pretty deep at the top mark first time up, Louise, weren't they? I think they were down in 9th or 10th.
Yeah, I agree with you. They made a great upwind mark approach there, as a lot of boats were parked at the upwind mark because they were so shy on ley line, and they just went over all of them and rolled them. And now let's see how they manage this upwind mark approach. The most windward boat there of a pack of 3 boats. Gladiator, the world champion, the most leeward boat. when they go into attack, they're on starboard. And then there's also Criolla coming. Oh, Andy, there we will have a lot of exciting situations probably coming there. Let's see how they solve that.
Anyway, Privet's around in third. Quantum Racing, Power by American Magic setting up. They have Phoenix on their weather hip. And Criolla on their hip. So Phoenix getting round in fourth. Criolla, I think I have them in fifth. Gladiator sixth. So look at that lead for Sled. They're a long, long way ahead. Alpha Plus in seventh at this offset mark. Allegra, Vayu. So Platoon will be round in 11th. Paprec 12th. And 13th is Teasing Machine. So a big split this time. It's a big spread between the Sled leaders. 2 minutes and 15 seconds later is Platoon and Paprec and a Teasing Machine. So in this situation then, Gladiator will take the lead at the end of this race. Lying in 6th place. Platoon Aviation 5 places further back. So have a quick look at the projected points table coming down this final run. If positions stayed the same, we would see Gladiator on top, but by 3 points, 28 to 31. Quantum Racing on 33, so Quantum Racing very, very much in the match. Paprec 41, Interlodge 44, Phoenix 45, 54 to Sled. So Sled moving up the table nicely because of this. Maintain a few more top 3, top 4 results for Sled. They could still finish in the top 4 or 5 of the regatta. They were lying third on the circuit standings, and that's their number one priority, I would guess, at the moment. It's a little bit of a procession down this final run, Louise. Not too many options to jibe off.
No, not so many options, Andy. You're exactly right. And also the wind still looks a little bit left shifted, so the boats want to sail as long as they can on that starboard jibe. I also see more pressure on the side where all the boats are going to at the moment. So Sled maybe already jibed on the ley line to the finish or very close to the ley line, depends where the wind will still shift to. PUERTO also now going into their jibe. So I think these two boats, they're quite safe for me. They sailed beautifully so far, and I don't know what should still happen to them that to give away their position. But behind these boats, it looks a little bit more exciting, to be honest. They just get new breeze from the back, so the breeze is getting first to the boats in the back. They then make meters good on the boats in front of them until the breeze finally arrives to the boats more in front, so they get more compressed together. Quantum Racing jibed out early now. Yeah, very, very good, probably interesting. I hope they will have enough breeze. The boats behind jibed a little bit later. Looks better for me at the moment, as there's still a bit more breeze. But we've also seen in the downwind before that the wind then shifted right again. Do you remember, Andy?
Absolutely.
And then the boats who jibed earlier actually made the big gains. So if this is happening here again, then it was better to jibe early. So definitely more tricky, this race. The wind got more unstable. Now I'm here actually in a hole. I think, yeah, there are probably 6-7 knots here, and then if I look towards where the boats are sailing, they still have 12-13 knots, so big pressure differences here, and that doesn't make it easier for the boats to sail, and it will get more tricky to make the right decision. So for the boats in the back now, these are the opportunities to still make some meters good and maybe to still catch some other boats, Andy.
Indeed, Louise, we're just looking at that beautiful drone shot, but just seeing that line of stronger breeze just at the back of the fleet, pulsing down into the bay. It's so often you get this situation later on in the day where you have the breeze coming over the land, the left-hander, and then as the temperatures even up, you still have this breeze pulsing in. But right now, this race is looking like it belongs to sled very much. And one way or another, it's going to be an exciting finale tomorrow. I think we've said that many times, every time this season. Nobody's got into the final day with a comfortable lead. And if they have gone in with any significant number of points, they've generally had problems. It is amazing how these things work out. But also all credit to the PUERTO team. Technical problems in the previous race, lost that Jenniker on the downwind, ended up with their 13th. And this will be their joint best result with race 4. They got a second. Race 7th looks set to be a second also. But no mistaking who's leading this race. It's the all-white, super clean sled team. Their lead is 340 metres. Certainly a team which, when they get in front, very often seem to be able to keep extending. But overall, though, this is a good race for quantum racing powered by American Magic in both senses, in terms of the regatta standings, but also pulling back another 3 places on the circuit leaders. Gladiator, there were 10 points behind going into this race. Or going into today, I apologise, but 3 points back at the circuit leaders, Gladiator. So after that super high level of consistency, 1, 2, 4, 1, 3 in the first half of the regatta. Platoon Aviation come back to earth with a 9th and a 10th today, but all credit to Takakura's team. Sled past world champions and circuit champions coming through the finish line for race win. Now tactician Edo Stead just thanking Maria. A little bit of time to wait then. That's a very, very accomplished win from the team from the New York Yacht Club. Then Provezza will come through for second. Louise, any big dramas coming up? How do you see it? Is it fairly straightforward?
Andy.
These
I always hope for no drama, but we will see. It's got quite tight there between Criolla and Phoenix, and if Phoenix jibes, then Criolla needs to avoid them, but at the moment Criolla really pushed them out there so that Felix can't just turn into a jibe. Well done there by the Brazilian team. Yeah, now they go into a jibe, so Phoenix is just following them. Great job. They kept that safe. They wanted to stay out of trouble, they told me this morning. So far they're doing a good job in that, and I think this is also giving them their hopefully deserved 4th place.
Indeed, they're just being pursued by Phoenix. Double winners at this regatta in the past. Creel, though, quick enough, and we'll get a nice 4th place. 5th then for Phoenix. Phoenix were 2nd at the top mark, but slipping back, Louise. Gladiator getting 6th. A little bit of damage limitation for them. Then very close between Allegra and Alpha Plus. Who would you have that one for, Allegra or Alpha Plus? And in the end, Platoon stealing through for 9th, pulling back a few places as ever. But just to reiterate, it's very much a damage limitation in that race, considering it's the 2nd one in succession they've had penalty. Tenth is Value, 11th Paprecht, 12th Teasing Machine, sorry, Interlodge just appearing there, so it's Interlodge 11th, Paprecht 12th, and Teasing Machine 13th. So unfortunately the French bringing up the rear in that race, but good work from the sled team. And Provezza Quantum chipping away nicely in 3rd. Criolla staying solid through to the finish, 4th at the top mark. Finishing 4th is a good accomplishment for a team which is at their 1st regatta in the 52 Super Series. Phoenix, well, 2nd at the 1st mark, dropping to 5th by the finish. And the Gladiator strengthening their challenge here for their 2nd regatta win in a row, and they will be leading this regatta after this race. And I say after that penalty for Platoon Aviation, it was really about damage limitation, how many places could they pull back. But Louise, how do you feel about a 3rd race?
Andy, I just thought again, it's so important to sail clean over this racetrack with 13 boats. I mean, we've seen a lot of penalties again in that race. in the upwinds, at the upwind marks, and this was usually what costed the teams who were in front then all the meters, and what they couldn't really gain back anymore, because for that it was too much of a left-handed one-way street. We've seen it with that. They started beautifully on the left side, went fast, were the first boat on the left side, managed a free lane, then on port, and arrived in first position at the upwind mark and just extended their lead. PUERTO did a similar job. Great work by them. And behind, it was more about managing your position on this upwind mark, and in general also in and out the gates, as this is the crucial moment where the boats come together and where you can lose or gain a lot of boats, Andy. But in general, the breeze dropped. I hope it will stay like this. Like at the moment, it's still amazing for a third race. I hope it stays like that. We'll see. But it looks like, and it got a little bit more tricky, but the left side still works its magic.
It does. And let's see, and anyway, fingers crossed for a third race. It will depend not on wind strength, but how settled and consistent the breeze is. But in the end, Gladiator moving 5 points clear at the top of the table, considering they were 9 points behind going into the day. What a turn up for the books, with Platoon Aviation getting 2 9th places. Gladiator 2nd and 6th. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic now a nice little consistent run, 2-3-3 up to 3rd place. Pat Breck, roller coaster of a day so far, 1st and 12th. Phoenix consistent 6th and 5 in 5th. Interlude 6, Sled in 7th. That race win moving them up the table nicely. If they can keep that up, they've had a pretty weighty middle part of the regatta. Preveza then, a 2nd for them, gets them to 8th, Alpha Plus in 9th, Allegra 10th, Criolla 11th, Value 12th, and Teasing Machine in 13th. So that's the standings after race 7. We should move, I think, into race 8. Keep watching the different channels, and we'll join you again in a few moments.
contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I can go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna know is how to hold on to it every moment. Dive into it like my love is an ocean. It's overflowing, I swear it's golden. So good that I'm rolling. Baby, you make me crazy. I'm seeing roses. Baby, just maybe you save me. Oh, take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine. Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. Na, 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 na.
it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show, but sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my doubt created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Among the waves, let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my doubt created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah. But I've overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Oh, I was made for this.
Well, welcome back to the Bay of Palma. It is 21 minutes past 4 local time. We've seen a big overturn in the regatta standings for the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series Sailing Week with the Gladiator 2-6 for the day. Platoon Aviation, the regatta leaders this morning, going 9-9, and so the standings now show that the Gladiator are on top. The world champions who won last month in Newport, Rhode Island, are leading by a single point at the moment from Platoon Aviation. So it's really all to play for. That 2 ninth places really proving costly, and the key thing in both of these races, Louise, was penalties. 2 red flags for Platoon Aviation. That's too costly, isn't it?
Andy, yeah, absolutely. 13 boats and then 2 penalties. This is just very, very painful, and such a competitive fleet. But we have beautiful sailing conditions again. The weather changed a little bit. So once you thought, all right, now you understood everything, the wind here in Palma de Mallorca is deciding to give you a new challenge and change. So we have more breeze again, and it's also way stabler, way more stable. So we have like 12 to 16 knots from the southeast, and a good indicator for that was that I was speaking about the airplanes before, especially before the first race I mentioned them, and now the airplanes are landing again here at Palma de Mallorca Airport in northeastern direction, and in the race we had before, the airplanes were landing in the southwestern direction. So I think in the race before we had the wind more unstable, it was more tricky, and I thought this was because there was still a wind fighting against it. But now everything is back to how we had it in the very first race. Airplanes landing in that direction, breeze is up, breeze is more stable. So I think this can be a glamorous last race of the day, Andy. And boats are just getting ready here, and I already thought about, what to do now, what to do. And I think I would trust in the left side. It depends on how fast I am. I would or start closer to the pennant or a little bit more up, because we've seen how crucial it is again as well, not only coming from the left side, but then also once you tacked on port, to have a free lane to sail fast and manage your upward mark approach wisely without any penalties, because this can cost you so much. Andy.
Indeed it does, and we've just got just over 1 minute to go, just looking at how things are shaping up on the start line. We're seeing Sled, the winners of the last race, shaping up to come in at the committee boat end of the line, along with Allegra, Teasing Machine, Gladiator up this end for once. So certainly the right side seems to be favoured, either in terms of committee boat bias. Patrick and Value down the leeward end. Quantum in their usual position, relatively low risk, more or less in the middle of the line as we go into the last 30 seconds. Sled moving forward nicely. Allegra attempting to keep the door closed on Sled, but at some point you have to pull the bow down and build speed. In the meantime, Teasing Machine also there at the committee boat end of the line. I'm watching Platoon Aviation in the final speed build, just into the final second now. And all clear, certainly like the start of Interlude towards the pin end of the line. Gladiator looks slow off the line, they're half a boat length behind Phoenix. Phoenix are on top of them. Good start from John Cutler on the Preveza, that little red bow pointing out in front, and Gladiator for me are in trouble. They're certainly second ranked just now. In our foreground, of course, is Teasing Machine. Now that's the Gladiator's worst start of the regatta so far. Looks to me, Louise, like Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have got a good start off the line, certainly in terms of a lane. They're in nice clear air for the moment. Nobody round about them. And Allegra seem to have a decent
Andy,
start.
so I'm here.
Go on, Louise.
I'm here just leeward of Teasing Machine, and I have a nice overview of the boats, and I think Alpha Plus probably had the best time to distance. They really accelerated there at that gun time. They were over target, taking the full speed, then pointing up their bow. So great start by Alpha Plus. And also Quantum Racing, they just seem to have a little bit more space to leeward. They can sail the mode they want now, go fast to that left side that probably has the gain in the end. But also Alpha Plus now this time looks that they can sail their mode, and I think this is so important, because when you have to take out early as Gladiator and Teasing Machine, then you're so committed to this right side, what we at the moment don't think is the better side. So let's see if Alpha Plus can match the mode there of Provezza above them. Provezza is really pressing down on them. They seem to be pretty fast at the moment. Great job there again by Provezza with the new boat. I really like it. But when I spoke this morning with the guys from Alpha Plus, they were quite happy with the boat and with the mode they're sailing in. They felt fast. They also had a lot of good races and events already this year. So let's see how Alpha Plus will manage this race. They look strong at the moment, Andy.
They do look strong, but it's a very close battle with Provezza to weather of them. Quantum just not quite as strong as they looked, and I think struggling for breeze very slightly in their position. Let's also keep our eyes on Gladiator moving out to the right of the course, forced to do so because they ended up in the second rank off the start line, so they had to clear their air and go back. Let's see how that angle looks as they complete their tack. Teasing Machine in our foreground, bow number 12. But all the time I'm liking the look of Alpha Plus and Provezza. Quantum Racing, so that middle of the course, the kind of middle left. And Gladiator then have cleared their lines. It's going to be all about how the breeze plays in terms of shift and pressure. Gladiator seem to be very slightly bow down relative to the boats to their left. So what's your feeling, Louise, in terms of the big picture going up this beat?
Andy, I have a good feeling on that left side. I would be slightly worried here with Teasing Machine. I'm just leeward of them. Oh, if I would be a tactician on that boat, they really push the risk here at the moment, sailing all alone on that right side. That didn't work out so well the entire day. Well, who knows? I'm always up for surprises. But would be a big surprise if the right side will work in that moment. But I would be happily sailing to the left side, and I would like very much at the moment to be one of these boats that can have a beautiful lane, can sail their speed at the left side, and hopefully get the tack in very soon, because that would be my only concern if I'm now one of the boats more towards to the left, that I can't tack, because that will be a big problem. Because when I tack, I'm on port tack and I don't have right of way. So all the boats that come on starboard, I need to or under tack them or duck behind. And these are always important meters I give away, or then I get pinned out on the left side. I might sail over the left ley line, and we've seen that in the races before, that this is also a very dangerous move here for the boats. They then just lose so many meters, they can't really recover anymore, Andy.
Indeed, just watching how this right side's working for Teasing Machine. Seem to be going quite well. They're quite high on this tack they're on by the looks of things. Just looking, nice shot of Eric de Turkheim on the helm. Very, very new to the TP52. I think they've got decent wind pressure on this side, but also sailing the shifts in their position just now. Platoon Aviation in 7th. Remember, there's just a point between Gladiator and Platoon in the overall standings. And they're certainly both in the same piece of water. And for the meantime, Platoon Aviation have themselves quite a nice lane, and the strength of being to the right and coming back at the fleet on starboard. So quite liking, Louise, how Platoon Aviation are set up just now relative to the boats to their left. But interesting, I think the breeze is moving around quite a little bit, Louise, perhaps.
Yeah, Andy, I can see the breeze still quite shifty. I think we have like a shift range of probably 20, maybe even 25 degrees. But I'm just now above of teasing machine, and they went into the attack. And from my perspective, they don't look so promising at the moment. So for those who are watching the tracking, I'm not sure if the tracking is so accurate or if it's the position I am that isn't so good. But the left side looks very, very strong again. But credits to teasing machine as well. I mean, they want to push the risk as well. They're a little bit in the back of the overall leaderboard, so they want to move forward. That's why they probably decided to take a little bit more of risk. But yeah, let's see how that works out for them. And the boats on the left, they are also very, very packed together. So not all of them are having a great lane. And if you don't have a good lane on the left side, if you have to sail in these bad winds for such a long time, then you also lose a lot. So teasing machine might make meter stand very good to them again, because they can sail in free wind, they can sail fast, and they don't need to make such a minus on their speed. But so far, Andy, for me, the left side looks better. They now start to get more pressure. I can see the water darker there, so that means that there's more wind, and also the bows point higher to the upwind mark. So at the moment, it's a repetition of what we have seen the races before, but who knows what surprise is still waiting for us, Andy.
Who knows indeed, but it is tending to play out as we've seen very often in this regatta so far. Certainly quite a big split. We have the left strengthening there with Alpha Plus and Preveza, as ever, the Preveza team. Looking good in this race. Had a good race before. Maybe starting to find the strengths and weaknesses of this new boat. But if they came away with 2 seconds today, I think they'd be fairly happy with that. Although that first race, when they had the penalty, or sorry, they lost the kite on the downwind. But 2 seconds, I think they'd be fairly happy with. So Alpha Plus with the early lead, Allegre up in third. Platoon Aviation ahead of Gladiator. Remember, there's just a single point between the two on the regatta standings. Preveza, of course, won the Palmavella Sailing Week here, first regatta of the season with the old boat. There was just 2 points in it, and that was, of course, just a 7-race regatta. Remember, we lost a couple of days, and I think we had 3 race days, and close between Alpha Plus and Preveza. close between Platoon Aviation, Gladiator and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, all on the same piece of water. On board with the Platoon Aviation, it's super close just now with the main regatta contenders 5th, 6th and 7th. Jordi Calafat just checking the fleet. Oh, sorry, Value. Beg your pardon. Nick Rogers just checking what's happening to leeward, securing the runner tail. So just watching Platoon in the foreground and the virtual on the tracking. I think the shift may be to the left, but Platoon couldn't get there, but they're going fast. And the key thing for them is they have a Gladiator behind them. But I think we're in for another entertaining top mark rounding when it comes. How do you see this playing out, Louise, at the moment then? It's all tapering into
Andy, you're so right. I see this very entertaining for us and not so entertaining for the sailors, to be honest. This upwind mark approach, if I would be a sailor, this can get quite emotional, to be honest. I would be a little bit nervous. Probably depends on my position on that boat now. If I would need to hike, I would definitely make sure to even point my tippy toes from my foot out to make that boat go as fast as possible, because we have the entire fleet at the moment on port tack. Only Quantum Racing is sailing on starboard. So they all need to position themselves now for the upwind mark, and they come in here in the last meters from the left side.
Interesting point.
But for me at the moment, Alpha Plus the different...
Go on, Louise,
yeah,
sorry.
Please.
No, just saying it's interesting how...
yeah, Alpha Plus.
Go on.
Alpha Plus did a great job so far, really holding on to that lead. And now let's see how they can manage this with PUERTO, but we will expect a lot of situations, Andy. This is going to be full entertainment for us.
Indeed. I mean, I think one of the interesting facts is watching Platoon setting up early to the starboard tack ley line. It's got to be the safest option for them, having had penalties in both races. Get to starboard tack on the starboard tack ley line and let others make the mistakes. And in fact, the boat's coming in from the left. In the end, overstanding very slightly. Preveza powering into the top mark and just marginally leading round the top mark. I would have them. Alpha Plus in second. Allegra up in third. Then it's between Sled and Platoon. Sled just a little bit slender in that ley line. So Platoon round ahead of Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Value ending up too low, and I think they'll struggle to shoot that mark from that angle. They will actually manage it. So all credit to Don Whitcraft, I think. Gladiator at the mark now in ninth. So Platoon 4 places ahead of Gladiator just now. Phoenix in 10th. Yeah, penalty on value for... I think they touched the mark, I'm not sure. Anyway, 12th place for Paprec, and I think 13th once again for his teasing machine. And Interlude really not having the best of days. 6th and a 7th, and going round that top mark in 11th. So that was interesting. I think the key point for me there, Louise, was Platoon, as I say, not pushing too hard to the left, just sailing a little bit more conservatively and getting to the right to the starboard tack lay line, letting others make the mistakes and get into situations this time. And that has paid off for them as they come round in 5th with the Gladiator 4 places behind. Alpha Plus and Prevezza dueling for the lead. Alpha Plus, in fact, just leading Prevezza for the moment.
Absolutely, Andy. I think they did a good job there, Platoon Aviation, to position themselves early to stay out of the trouble, because we've seen again how much trouble this first upwind mark was. I think so far in the Puerto Partals Sailing Week, we haven't seen a first upwind mark rounding yet without any penalties. So this also speaks for how entirely close the whole fleet is together, and this is so good in sailboat racing when you have so many situations, so many things are happening. With 13 boats, well done to all these boats. The level is so high that they can stay so close together. I really like to see this. And yeah, I think a lot of things can still happen because the boats are quite close together. But Alpha Plus and Prevezza sailed so far a very good race. They are fast, they sailed to the left side, stayed out of trouble. So it's now a little bit about when to jibe, to then have a free jibe from the port jibe. But at the moment, the boats want to sail as long as possible on that starboard jibe. The wave is picking them up from the back so they can really surf down this wave. The wind dropped again a little bit, so I think we have now 8 between 12 knots. So the boats can start to surf once they're on the wave, but they're not surfing the whole time, so they need to choose wisely what wave they want to surf on. They head up and then they surf down, they accelerate so they can bear away even more. And we see now the first group extending a little bit, slightly, and then we see the rest of the fleet quite pressed together, quite combined. So none of these boats can really sail their fastest VMG, so their fastest speed, as they also always need to position themselves to the boat behind them, because the boat behind them always want to press forward, potentially sail above the boat in front of them to disturb the wind. So a lot of things going on at the moment on these boats, Andy. A lot of communication between the downwind trimmer and the helm, but also the strategists and the tactician who need to make the next move, the next decision, decide what mode they want to sail on. And the grinders need to work a lot with these waves to always pump the sail and move it in fast enough, Andy. And now there are a lot of boats who rolled into their jibe. They're close to the ley line already. So this is now a crucial moment for all these boats.
Indeed, just watching as Platoon do their jibe, coming out of it a little bit slowly perhaps, but jibing first of their little group, letting our Quantum electing to carry on, as Crayola have indeed as well. But credit to Alpha Plus, they lead by 85 metres at the moment. Won 2 races out of 3, or out of the last 3 in Newport, finished 4th overall. Not quite able to retain that level of consistency here so far, but lying ninth and a win would certainly help them. But you know, these battles all the way through the fleet, Sled in 7th on 54 points, Preveza 8th on 56 points, Allegra 56 points, Criolla on 59. So all these places, all these points are crucial to each and every team. And Allegra not having their best of regattas so far, lying 10th, but a 4th and a 7th, presently third would be their best finish of the regatta so far if they can hang in there. They have 100 metres or so ahead of Sled. But the breeze holding in very nicely. I was kind of concerned that we were going to end up with the same situation as we saw yesterday with the late afternoon breeze disappearing. We were just seeing a penalty to Criolla. Not sure what that was for, as they were... Anyway, that's losing them places. Dropping 2 places from 8th to 10th. So really Alpha Plus sailing very nicely, Louise, aren't they? If anything, they look quick. They're sailing a nice deep angle. One of the
yes,
young...
and the Alpha Plus is sailing
Go on.
very quick downwind here, same as upwind. They did a great job so far.
Made a change for the second regatta, I think it was in Newport, bringing more young sailors on board, and they have a really good atmosphere, good team spirit now. Joined us last year in Saint-Tropez, and certainly potential regatta winning contenders in the future, I'm sure. Anyway, leading through this leeward gate, to me looking like the it's a little bit of a skewed image, but anyway, Alpha Plus coming to this right hand mark. Preveza will be in. Looking like Preveza might have lost out on this run to Allegra. It's all about which mark you choose. Preveza going to the left hand mark, Allegra on the right hand mark just a little bit earlier. And a gap back to Sled and Quantum Platoon.
I think it's that the Starlink's gone, because it's gone on mine
so
also.
Platoon on the right hand mark, Sled on the left hand mark. Quantum Racing a little bit kind of indecisive what they're doing, just relatively slow jibe as Gladiator come powering in. Gladiator will come round this left-hand mark, pulling back meters, I would say, on Quantum Racing powered by American Magic on that rounding. But Gladiator pushing hard all the time. They're just 2 places now behind Platoon. Platoon in 4th. Actually, I tell a lie. Gladiator in 7th. The miracle of how the tracker updates. Obviously, the tracker has to wait until the boats are round the mark, all the time calculating the distance to the next mark. So Criolla paying the penalty for that infringement on the downwind with 12th and Teasing Machine in 13th. So Platoon Aviation, the new Bottine design, chasing the newest Vrolic design, and is very close between the two at the moment. Louis, what are you seeing the breeze doing now? At the moment, Gladiator just giving chase behind Platoon Aviation.
Andy, I really liked the downwinds of Allegre and Platoon Aviation. These were the 2 boats that always jibed out early from their group. And we had at the races before that this early jibe always paid off. So these boats gained a lot, to be honest. And I also like, once you come out of the gate, to first sail a little bit here more over the right side. Just looks like that there's fresher breeze coming down here once you get closer to the downwind gate. So the right side in the beginning looks a little bit better, but then the left side I think will pay off again, and we see Gladiator at the moment actually following Platoon Racing. So I think to overtake boats for them, they need to do the next right thing. They can't just invent something, because that wouldn't really help them. So they're basically doing the next right thing. I really like how they set up that they first went a little bit here on the right now, and now they have a free lane to go to the left side. Well done. And I don't know if they can still catch Platoon Aviation, but they definitely will get closer and closer and making meters good. And the boats who immediately went to the left side after the gate, I think they didn't really have the same pressure as the boats on the other side, so they might lose a little bit. But this is probably a bit early to say, but from my perspective this looks like this. So being Gladiator or Platoon Aviation or Alpha Plus at the moment, I would feel very happy on these boats so far, Andy, and I would like to be one of them.
How would you feel about being Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, who I think were 6th at the top mark, presently 8th, and out to the left? What's your thoughts there?
My thoughts are that I hope for a left shift for them and they can tack and cross. Well, in the past it happened, so the left side came back strong. Yeah. But yeah, the other boats who are more towards the right side of them will probably undertack them and give them bad winds and slow them down. So I'm a little bit more nervous if I would be on Quantum Racing now, probably thinking a lot what to do next, what is the next right thing to do, trying to plan ahead the next move, a little bit like a chess game, to understand what the other boats will do as well. So yeah, more happy to be Gladiator, Alpha Plus or Allegro so far, Andy.
The Alpha Plus, of course.
Obviously, we always like to win, aren't we?
Of course we do, but in the meantime, credit to them. On overhead shot of the Value, who are presently 8th. I think everyone finding it so much more difficult, obviously, in this 13-boat fleet. Value overhead shot. I'm pretty sure that second back from the on the rail is the Queen of Thailand, unless I'm very much mistaken. She is, we were hearing yesterday that she is a qualified pilot and something of an expert on the meteo, on the weather. Certainly recognising the cloud formations and helping out with a little bit of strategy from time to time. And all part of an initiative, I think, to get the 52 Super Series to Thailand, not next year, or the back end of next year. That's a plan. So Alpha Plus leading, Allegra now up to second. Privetza just losing out slightly on their position on the left. So all the time we're watching the number of boats between Platoon and Gladiator, which means we should have a quick look at the projected points standing as we watch Platoon Aviation coming back. And that would be, there you go, 34 versus 35. Platoon, if positions stay the same, Platoon would overturn that single point deficit. It's all about Platoon needing a boat between them to have a clear lead going into the final day. At the moment that boat is Sled. Quantum Racing now looking quite comfortable relative to Paprec. So just watching, they were on board momentarily with Platoon as the Sled tacked inside them. It's a great shot. Three-way fight between Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, Platoon and Sled there. Sled bow number 5, winners of the previous race. Breeze looking slightly left-handed just now. Louise perhaps.
Absolutely, Andy. From my perspective, I can see it very good at the moment that the more you're in the left side, the more you can put the bow up in the direction of the upwind mark, so you sail less meters over the course. That's always something very, very good for a sailboat, because in the end you want to sail the least meters with the best pace, and then you most likely are the winner of the race, and Alpha Plus is executing this very well in this race so far. I think the sailors must be quite happy. They were a bit disappointed with how the week went for them. But yeah, this race just shows that every boat of this fleet is able to pull off a win and to manage to be in a leading position. And now the boats are just really, really left shifted. And if I'm now more towards the right side of that fleet, Andy, I wouldn't have such a good time, I think, because I would be very worried tacking then back on the starboard ley line and needing to sail against this left shift, and that's not a good feeling as a sailor. Then you basically, sometimes you have the feeling you almost sail backwards because the shift is so strong, and this is how it looks like at the moment. Left shifted, more breeze on the left side. So I would definitely be way more happy being one of the boats on the left side, Andy.
Indeed, just watching all the time this battle between Platoon, Sled and Gladiator. Platoon need that boat, need Sled between them and Gladiator, but it's going to be all about who gets the ley line, who gets the starboard tack advantage. Between these three boats in particular, I would say the left shift is negligible between them, really. It may work in Platoon's favour very slightly relative to Sled. They perhaps lift away a little bit from Sled, but I think Sled are bow forward. Well, what a great day's racing, Louise, we've had. It's been tactical, it's been fast at times. The breeze has always been moving. There's never been a decisive single strategy that's worked for each and every race. It's been all about consistency today.
Absolutely, Andy. And I think on the one side you could probably say, oh, how boring is this race, that you always need to say to the left side. But no, I think especially in this case that we have 13 boats from 9 different nations, it makes it even more exciting. Everybody knows that you have to say to the left side, but there's traffic, it's full the left side, there's no place for all the boats. So that gives us all the entertainment, Andy, for us both. Not for the sailors so far so much, but we have a full entertainment here of boats going into matches, fighting for the left side, and especially the left side. When this side is strong, it's even more entertaining for us, because then the boats sail for a very long time on that port deck. They don't have right of way, so they need to give another boat room that comes on the starboard deck. That's why usually a lot of situations are happening and a lot of penalties, unfortunately. But I'm at the upwind mark now, and I see Alpha Plus is going to tack very soon, and they have a quite comfortable lead to Provezzo. And it would be interesting to see the situation between Provezzo and Allegre, how they will end up at the upwind mark, how close they will be.
But in the end, still fairly similar as we come round this top mark. No major changes since the Leeward gate, although Provezzo still ahead of Allegre. Platoon actually through sled for the moment, but we'll see how that plays out actually as they come round the mark. But first round with a comfortable lead is Sean and Tina Kang's Alpha Plus from Hong Kong. And they have a comfortable lead over second place is going to be Allegre, in fact. Nice ley line there from Francesco Mongelli and the afterguard, Will Ryan and Nick Asher. Good work from them. They're going to get round ahead of the Provezzo, who are third. Now it's close between sled and Platoon. Platoon coming in and will be just behind sled. And look at that then, Platoon Aviation have Gladiator on their stern. And that would mean that we would go into the final day with these two teams on equal points. It's going to be all about this final run. It's going to be fascinating. Platoon Aviation 5th, Gladiator 6th. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, in 7th. Phoenix 8th. Ninth looks to be Interlodge. 10th, Criolla. Then Vayu. Then the Teasing Machine, and it looks like Paprec will be 13th just now. So after that moment of glory for the Paprec team, first, and then it's going to be a 12th and I think a 13th, but so hard to maintain a high level of consistency. And that's true all the way through the fleet today. I mean, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have 2/3, and presently 7th. So I mean that's just over a 4-point average. So it's pretty solid day for them all in all. So looking like a big finale tomorrow then. Wonder whether Gladiator can get ahead of Platoon Aviation down this run. Who's going to jibe first? What's your thoughts, Louise? Do Platoon go for the early jibe as he did before and make the gain, or do they try to cover Gladiator? What's the...
Andy, I really like that question. I really like that question, and I've already thought about it, to be honest, because I can't wait for our Super Sunday tomorrow with the finale. And we've seen Platoon jibe early on the downwind we've just had before. So I would do this as well. And on top, this time we don't have a gate to round. No, it's a finish line. So if it will then get tight again between Platoon and Gladiator, just close to the finish, if Platoon jibes early, so before the lay line, they will then jibe back on starboard and will be right of way. Exactly, so they will have an advantage there. So if I would be Gladiator, to be very honest, in the back, I would wait for Platoon to jibe and then just jibe a little bit earlier to disturb their wind, to cover them, to roll them, and then have that starboard advantage. But if we think for Platoon, I would also try to jibe earlier than the boat behind me. So yeah, let's see how they manage that, Andy. Maybe they're listening.
Maybe they are, but it is super close. What a great race to finish up our 3-race Saturday. That's the projected standings. As we said, it would be even Steven, Platoon Aviation and Gladiator on 34 points. And 41, I think, for Quantum Racing, Powered by American Magic. So very much, well, two-cornered fight going into the last day. And actually Phoenix moving up the table just now. But it's also very close all the way through from 4th to, 4th to 10th really. 51 to 58 for Allegra. Sorry. 57 I believe to Phoenix, sorry, I have a very small screen. But yeah, it's super close from 4th to 10th. And would go for 2 races tomorrow. For sure, it looks like we'll have more of the same. And although we think we kind of paid the price early season on the Bay of Palma back at the very end of April, beginning of May, I was just saying it was only a 7-race regatta. And we had 2 3-race days really this August, late August. The Bay of Palma really delivering a full complement of races. We lost that 1 race yesterday. We're getting 3 today.
Andy, for those who are checking the tracking, they could just see something very, very exciting as well. So I think both boats were listening, Platoon Aviation and Gladiator, because what basically just happened was Platoon Aviation decided to jibe early. So good job by Platoon Aviation, they listened to us. But then Gladiator also was just waiting for them to jibe. So they covered their jibe, jibed a little bit earlier so to match their jibe and disturb the air. But Quantum Racing behind them just got rolled by Provezza before, so they had to jibe early as well. And they were then on top of Gladiator, and they rolled Gladiator now. So they're now in front of Gladiator, giving them bad winds. they come also down with more pressure. We've seen that the races before this early jibe was always quite nice, because then boats got more pressure, could put the bow more down, sail faster. So yeah, let's see if Quantum Racing can still catch Platoon Aviation. They're really on it at the moment.
Indeed, we're just watching that.
I think this can be still an exciting finish, honest.
For sure. I mean, the key thing for Platoon Aviation is having that boat now between them and Gladiator. Sled also in that match somewhere, but we're focused just now on the battle between Platoon Aviation, bow number 1, and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, who are behind. Meantime, Gladiator taking Quantum's wind, and Platoon Aviation trying to get down onto the top of Sled. So what a finale we're seeing here. Sled, Platoon and Phoenix in the mix, although Phoenix are out to the fleet, the downwind, the right on the downwind. But this could be a very close and significant finish. Looking towards the big finale tomorrow. Harmuller Spear then on the helm of Platoon Aviation, maximum concentration, just trying to soak down on top of Sled. It's going to be all about sprint finish. Liking the way that Gladiator going just now. Gladiator, Gage Parada just working the little waves, working hard with his trimmers. Simon Fry there. It's all about coordination and communication, just keeping that kite maximum pressure. So this will could be significant. Certainly Platoon have a couple of boats between them now, and we're just watching Phoenix out on that right. 1, 2, 3 is certainly seems to be settled for the moment. Alpha Plus leading Allegra and Provezza. Maybe Provezza can come in with a late jibe and beat Allegra, but actually, just looking at the images we're seeing now, Provezza coming down on the left side with pressure. May yet be closer than we expected, but wonder whether Provezza can steal second place or return to second place. Remember, they were overlapped with Alpha Plus round the top mark, but looking for Alpha Plus's first win at this regatta on the Bay of Palma. 1-2 in Newport, so for win for Sean and Tina Kang's Alpha Plus. And now just waiting to see who comes through in second. It was close between Provezza and Allegra. Allegra coming in, Andy Soriano pointing at the finish line, just sailing fast, now bringing the bow down just to close the door and make no mistake. So Allegra get their second place. That's their best result of the regatta so far. So it's now what happens next. Ergen Imrie looking back at the fleet. It's super close. Sled, Platoon, Quantum, Gladiator seems to be the order. And that will give Platoon a lead of a point, I think. Possibly 2 points. It's going to be all about how Phoenix influences this finish. Provezza get third then. Looking very much like Sled will come through for fourth. Now what's happening with Phoenix? Can Phoenix get through Gladiator? Phoenix are ahead of Gladiator for the moment. It's going to be who jibes first, and just waiting. And at the moment, Platoon Aviation can keep them wide, just making sure that nobody can come down inside them. Gladiator jibe before Phoenix. Quantum coming in with a late surge from the left. And Quantum Racing get 5th. Then Platoon come through next. Now it's very, very close. Crayola have power of starboard jibe going across there. Phoenix come in next. And this is going to be expensive for Gladiator. Gladiator taken wide. Crayola causing the damage there, but all credit to them. And Value in the sandwich, but Gladiator, they're losing I think 2, possibly 3 boats through the finish line, but that's all to the good, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending who you're a fan of. Platoon Aviation coming through in 6th, and Gladiator dropping to 10th. And obviously, well, a protest called by Gladiator. It's a tough one there. Certainly Gladiator really not quite sure what happened, I think. Crayola came across with the power of starboard tack, or starboard jibe. Tried to close down the fleet to windward, so there's some discussions going on, but of course the umpires are on the spot. Louise, your thoughts on that finish?
Wow, Andy, what a finish. Oh my God. I didn't breathe. It was so exciting to watch this. Wow. All right, so let's start with the first situation. How they managed that little group there with Sled, Platoon, Phoenix, Quantum Racing, and Gladiator. This was incredible, like different approaches, and in the end, Sled managed to get in first, and then it was super tight between Quantum Racing and Platoon Aviation, and then Crayola, Gladiator, and Value. Wow, that was incredible again. It reminded me a little bit of what we have seen before in the races with Crayola and Quantum Racing. So Crayola came on starboard, made Value jibe. Value also had to jibe then on starboard. Gladiator came on port, but this time they were already super close to the finish line. So to the circle, there is a circle 3 boat lengths around that finish mark, and whoever is the first boat inside has mark room. So that was entirely close, Andy, between all these 3 boats.
They were, but Gladiator ended up in the sandwich, really unable to go anywhere. But Crayola steering 8th place, Value 9th, Gladiator get 10th. And the key thing for Platoon in 6th is they will go into the final race with a lead, I think, of 3 points at least. And there we go, yeah, just exactly as I computed with my superpower brain. Platoon Aviation on 35 points, Gladiator 38, Quantum Racing also on 38 by virtue of that nice 5th place. We were kind of taking them out of the equation to a certain extent, coming down through that finish line. Anyway, that 5th really helped them in the overall standings going into the final day. 4th place, Paprec in 52, Phoenix on 52, Alpha Plus on 57, Sled on 58, Prevets on 58, Allegra on 58, and Interlude on 58. So really 6 points between Paprec in 4th and Interlude on 10th. Crayola 67, Value 70, and Teasing Machine on 87. What a finale we are promised for tomorrow. Platoon Aviation leading by 3 points, but it's certainly a 3-cornered fight for this Super Sunday finale. Join us then. What a great day of racing. We'll see you tomorrow.